Oh, astrobotany. There you go.
Thing.
How's your outpost doing, Richard?
Oh, the climate's been going all over the place. I had like green things growing all over the planet, and then I went away for a while, and I lost all the atmospheric pressure, and everything died.
Oh no, that's not good.
Okay, because they were in domes.
Hmm.
So I didn't lose any populace, but I did lose a lot of biomass on the surface. But it's growing again.
That's not good. That's not good. So that's the Mars simulator right there. Are we live, Tony? Are we getting ready to go?
We are live.
How about that? Well, good morning or good afternoon or good evening. Welcome to Magnitude Live number 11. Wow. So I don't know how long you've been in your shelter in place, but I'm counting day 60 for me today. Well, it's been a little while. Restless, a little stir crazy, and I think that was a whole idea behind Magnitude Live, is to find a place where we can all get together and get a little bit about plants in space and other cool things. And so we have some really fun guests today. We will conclude today's launch. Sometimes we've been launching them at the beginning of the program, but today we'll launch.
Oh,
You've frozen, Ted.
You look very handsome, sir.
You look poised to say something brilliant.
Uh-oh.
do you know whether a web link to this on YouTube?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is there a web link to the stream or on YouTube? I've just had a message from my mum in England, and she wants to tune in,
Yes.
but I need to send her the
Yes,
link.
yes.
You can send me a Facebook. I'll forward it
I
on.
would love her on the being part of the conversation. Why don't you share the Zoom link with her?
Oh no, please no. Oh no, she'll take over. She's hilarious. And
All the better.
like, thank you.
I would love to see the person that raised you, because there's so many interesting stories I'm sure they would be treasuring in their hearts that I would love to learn about.
I'll never forget the dig the hole game where she'd make me dig the hole, and then we'd put the plant in, then we'd play the fill the hole game as we put all the soil in, and then we had to water. Every step of it was like it was a game, and then I didn't realize actually it was just child labor, and we had a gorgeous garden at the end of it, so it was fun.
All right, let's see if that's actually working now.
Good
morning. It's gonna be one of those days, I think. Day 60 for sheltering in place for me. And I don't know what I was saying before I got frozen, but it probably was inconsequential. I'm going to jump into our program, guys. And we're going to start off with thinking about some design thinking. And what better to get our brains all tuned up than having a neuroscientist talk to us about design. So Dr. Jancy McPhee, AKA just Jancy, or Dr. Jancy, is here to join us. And thank you, Jancy, for coming on to Magnitude Live. We met a couple of years ago at probably at an ISS conference of some sort. And what really fascinates is you've gone from the molecular and bio to art. And you had to help me understand what that transition was, because my background is art. And I am just like trying to stay afloat here as I learn all these super cool things about space. So what direction were you coming from, and where are you going?
So I get asked that question a lot, and where I'm going, don't ask me that question, because I think I'm on my third career now. Okay. So, and I mentor a lot of students, and I always tell them, don't worry if your path changes, just have a path. So, that's usually my advice from my own experience, because I never expected to be tacking in these various directions. Mm-hmm. But the short answer is that I always loved science. I was super lucky to have great science teachers growing up. And so I felt very comfortable in science, especially in biology. but I also, all of my hobbies were music and theater. And since we're talking about moms today, Mom was an English teacher and also used to write poetry and books and paint. And so I grew up in a humanities home. So that seemed totally fine and normal to me. And then when I got to college, I was very chagrined to realize that they were going to actually make me choose a major. And that meant that I had to close a door. And actually, in my slide deck, you'll see I always start off my talks with this big signpost. And on one side is science, engineering, math, and on the other pathway is art, music, literature, theater. And you have to sit there and you have to choose. It's like you're not allowed to have an integrated path. And I always think to myself, well, what am I going to miss if I choose that direction and not that direction? So that's kind of the way it was for me. And since I'm a very practical person, I decided that I thought that the prospects of being able to keep food on my table looked better if I went the science route. And I really like to eat. So that was kind of an important thing for me. So that was a deciding factor for me. And so I did go on and get the PhD in neuroscience. And I was actually a laboratory cellular and molecular researcher for a very long time. And then I went to work in NASA Space Life Sciences. So at that point, I was already starting to sense that although I enjoyed the very detailed oriented science, I also really liked the big picture. And I also really liked dealing with people and all of the things that are sort of that are challenging about people. So that's probably the neuroscientist in me. So I chose science, but I also chose neuroscience because that's the biology of what makes humans creative and makes them move and how they think and how they feel. And to me, that was always kind of the interesting part of science. So that was my compromise. I could do that by pursuing that realm of science. So anyway, fast forward 2009, the shuttle's going away. Many people have been laid off jobs at NASA. Everybody is kind of blue at the moment. And I was on the scientific planning committee for an international meeting called the Humans in Space Symposium. So it's when all the life scientists from around the world get together to talk about how do we keep astronauts healthy in space, whether it's their food, which we're going to talk about a little bit, or it's the design of their space vehicles and their other habitats on planets and rockets and all of that, and also what happens to them in minimal gravity conditions over the long term, and also all the behavioral effects. So anyway, it's a great meeting, and I was supposed to be planning the science, and my friend and colleague at that time leaned back and said, inspired by what was going on, said, we should make this year's theme the next golden age of human spaceflight. And for some reason, my years as a scientist, my experience doing music and theater and all of that just went like this. And I said, okay, that's great. We old people will sit around and plan the future, but shouldn't we engage the young people in that planning in some way so that they feel invested in it and it's a part of them and invited to be a part of it? And so that's what gave me the idea to first have global contests about the future of space exploration, and always the future, because that's where their role is going to be coming in. But I needed a common language that would go across all the boundaries of all the countries and all of that. And it's not a perfect fit, but it seemed as though creative media was a really good way that even if you couldn't always understand all the words, and it depends on the format, that you could get something out of the artwork, but that it would still retain some cultural spins as well. So we started this online contest with absolutely no money because it wasn't planned in advance, and asked young people what this next golden age of human spaceflight would look like, ages 10 to 18, and invited them to write symphonies about it. So learn about it, but no, you don't write us a white paper. Write a symphony or create a short film or a visual image or a sculpture or, let's see, music, literature, film, visual art. So any of those those aspects. Now, I had told them all back then that wouldn't it be really cool if we then showed all this artwork off to the already practicing scientists and engineers and astronauts? And they said, no, Jancy, that's not in the budget. So I'm like, okay, we'll just have a contest and we'll have a prize, and at least they'll be thinking about the future of space exploration. But when they saw the artwork that came in, they said, okay, we need to display it. So we had 4 sets with a live orchestra playing music composed by children around the world, with visual images in the background during that, short films from Turkey and other places, and quotes from the literature, and the audience was crying. So I take that as a success.
Those were good tears of joy or wonderment or what have you.
Right. And so we've continued it over the last 10 years, and I can tell you a little bit more, but this is good. This makes the slide deck will go really fast because I've already introduced it.
Well, you know what's interesting, I guess we reconnected as we're kind of going through the shelter in place, day 60 here for me. And I came to this realization that you basically were like birds of a feather. You're doing exactly the same thing. Oh my gosh, what do we do? How do we gather folks together, have a common dream that we can pursue, look at quantitative things maybe, but not necessarily those other numbers people are paying attention to that are really kind of, depressing, I guess, to put it mildly. It's affecting our entire planet. What can we do to bring everyone together? And your SciArt, this program you've now matured and grown into a full blown global program, entered into a series of design competitions. And so I guess that leads right into your presentation. Why don't you walk us through that as we think about designing your habitat?
Okay.
And you've got a number of those that you've been running. We want to encourage people to pick up where you are currently, and you've got a show that you run every Wednesday. Is that right?
Wednesdays and Fridays, and it looks like we've got more people than we expected, so we're going to add a couple of Thursdays.
Okay, great.
So,
right.
but I'll give you the details in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
First, I have to get this little deck open, and we're gonna cruise through the first couple of slides because you already invited me to talk about myself, which is usually where I start. So
awesome.
this will be quick.
And a great reminder to our folks and friends on YouTube. Any questions, ideas, whatever, please write in the chat there. We'll be watching it. And for all of my colleagues here in Zoom, definitely chime in if you've got some ideas or thoughts on as we walk through the day.
That sounds great. So, let me just walk quickly. You can see the slides, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
So here's that little signpost I told you, which seems to be the embodiment of my life story here. So I think many of us can relate to that. And especially nowadays, when I talk to audiences of young people, they're really searching for what they want to be when they grow up. And this generation really wants meaning. The job is not just to put food on the table. It's supposed to be something with purpose. So it's very interesting and it resonates. That was my molecule that I studied as a postdoc. So anyway, so I've told you how all of it started, but through this process and starting things while I was still a scientist at NASA and then later moving it over to a nonprofit, there are a couple of core things that I think by integrating the multimedia arts with science and engineering and math and other technologies, there are a couple of things that are brought to the table for the students, but also for the adults, because I don't think that adults stop evolving. I think if they're interested, they can continue to grow. But I know that we're focusing largely on young people today. So think of it as the educational benefits. So we're training not just the analytical facts and the analytical processes, but by weaving in opportunities to integrate the creative media, we're also teaching them to be able to communicate about their science and engineering and technology. And I don't know about you, but I know a couple of scientists and engineers who don't actually communicate that well. So, and I was never taught that. That was not in my educational program. I had to learn that through my hobbies, but also just being a practicing scientist. Then I also think that there's a lot of of skill behind being creative. Everybody has a great creative capacity, but I don't think that we're all using it. Lots of people say, oh, I'm not creative. Well, that's nonsense. I bet you're not maxing out your capabilities. So there's a lot of things we can do to teach people to be more creative in their thinking. And also I, over the years, especially working with NASA, have become the teaming queen. So I'm all about collaborating. So, you know, you can call, yeah. So this is a little bit covered up by the Zoom here, but I moved all of this over in 2015 to the nonprofit Sired Exchange. We use arts integration. We're working in space, science, and technology, and we're all about engaging, innovating, and collaborating. And when I say engaging, it means we don't just tell people what is going on, but we make them want to know more. We got to motivate people to be interested in space. And so we also want to teach them the how and the why. And as I mentioned, I'm very interested in the creative process, which in a very short description is connecting your deep dive knowledge and your broad experience in novel ways. So if you limit your experience base, you will limit your creativity. So you do need to have this, you need to allow yourself the opportunities to have different kinds of experiences. And art is very inspiring. For those of you old enough to recognize Uhura from the old Star Trek, Ted, it might just be you and me. In any event, I was inspired by Star Trek, and I still am. And I think actually going on the space vehicle when it's as evolved as Star Trek is right up my boat, you know, right up my alley there. So this is the basic initial program as the Humans in Space Art program. I talked about the beginnings where we engage young people ages 10 to 18, but we also have contests for adults, college and early career. Also, we've worked with professional artists. This is an image of Sputniko. She's a Japanese video artist. And I've also test run our ideas to help PhD level scientists to become better communicators by holding contests at research conferences. And I've also worked with NASA to impact even younger students, ages 4 to 12. So, and I don't think I even mentioned that the philosophy is to hold these online contests that are global for a particular age group, but then we weave all that artwork into as many displays and live performances around the world that we can, so that now the art impacts all the listeners and the viewers. So we touch the lives of the participants, and we're up to 9,000, and then we touch the lives of the in-person viewers, and that's 3 million at this
beautiful
time.
Amplifier.
So that's our what do we call that, leveraging or whatever the business term is. So I just want to talk about a couple of recent contests and then design your habitat and get to kind of a cool, exciting thing that Ted and I would like to propose. That's a collaboration because he's the teaming king as well. So that works out great. So one of our recent activities was largely supported by NASA, and it was to encourage college and early career professionals to create posters and films about what will it be like when we go to Mars. So what will we be thinking and feeling and experiencing? And if you like artwork about space exploration, you really ought to go to that link, because some of those short 5-minute films are unbelievable, and they're animated, live action, they're all these different styles. And for TED, we've included one poster today, which is behind me, and I guess I'll show it when I'm not sharing my screen because it's really tiny in this image. And this is just a couple of examples. This is really high quality stuff. So sometimes I get into dialogues about, well, you're basically crowdsourcing multimedia artwork about the future of space exploration, but isn't only grandma going to like that artwork? And the truth is that that is not the case. But I do also tend to work with slightly older children just to ensure that they can read and explore about space exploration. but as I mentioned, I've worked with NASA to work with even younger students. So I do a lot of collaborations with different partners to help them. We have an entire backend database built just to have these online global contests for multimedia, and then to be able to curate it for displays and performances and bounce artwork off the moon or send it to the ISS. We've done all those things. So back to our shared age group. This was our last year's contest. It was for ages 10 to 18, and in honor of our celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Apollo moon landing and first steps on the moon, we also held a moon contest, but we talked about the future. So everybody was celebrating the past, and we were inviting everyone to think about what will we do on the moon in the future. And we got various types of artwork, and I selected these pieces because they're habitats specifically, but you know, we have thousands of artworks, and this still on the right here is from a Legomation movie that was one of our top winners, and there's plants in there too, Ted.
I love it.
Yeah, so you know, I was thinking of you. And now let's talk about what we're doing now. So like Magnitude, we felt a responsibility to respond and do something to support our global community. And we are experienced in online activities. And although there was no funding, you know, it just seemed like it was something we needed to do. And I wanted to respond to that aspect where we were thinking about all those students who were doing more traditional curriculum, but now in an online way, which really wasn't very traditional. And we all know it's very difficult to keep focused for long periods of time, no matter what age you are. And then the poor parents are trying to telecommute and also take care of their child at the same time. And that's just not going to work. So we wanted to try to think of engaging activities that someone could experience online, keeping around 30 minutes just to try to keep it short, but also things that people could think about to kind of occupy their minds in different ways, and also to experience hand-on. And so we created this project called Design Your Habitat, and it's under a larger effort that we were going to develop, perhaps not quite this fast, called Expand Your Horizon Challenges. And it was meant to be not so much a long contest, but something where we engage with our community more frequently over short-term windows. So it was something on our horizon, but we weren't quite ready to launch it, but here we are. And what we're doing is we're comparing our home habitats to the isolated and confined conditions of living in space. So whether that means it's a space station, or it's a vehicle that's taking you from the Earth to Mars, which is a long trip, or it's a planetary or lunar habitat. These are all habitats, and the conditions are isolated and confined, and astronauts have a lot of experience dealing with that. And we've actually spent more than 5 decades thinking about how do we deal with these conditions. Perhaps there are some tips, perhaps just the interesting connection of our home situation with our space exploration situation would help put a positive spin on what we're doing. And then to have these lovely hands-on activities that allow us to either reimagine our Earth-based habitats or imagine one in space or on another planet seemed like a positive way to use this time period, which we didn't have a choice over. So as Ted mentioned, we have 30-minute videos with various experts, usually twice a week. We have the hands-on activities, and we are in the phase 1 of this. This is the emergency phase, 8 weeks, and I'm going to show you the themes in a minute. And we hope to take June to augment and add some additional materials to support younger students. So we started out with the 10 to 18-year-old age group, but we realized our materials couldn't really support both age groups. So we went with the older half, and because a lot of adults were tuning in to our stuff as well. And so we hope in to release in July that we will have more activities under each theme, and it will also support our younger students because nobody's going to in-person summer camp this year. And this activity is largely social media driven, but we do have our contest submission site open. So if a young person is involved and wants to share directly with us, they can submit it and we'll reshare it. Or if we see it on social media using the hashtag Design Your Habitat, we'll reshare it. So there's some award for work well done, but it's not currently a contest. So these are the themes. We are in week 5. We just had astronaut Stan Love talk to us about what it's like to live in Antarctica. And he provided a couple of tips on how to get along with your teammates, even when you're this far away from each other all the time. Today, we're going to talk about moving from personal habitats to cities in space, but we've also had a space architect talk to us, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the overview effect. We had a creative writer who is one of the writers for National Geographic Mars and Extant and Reverie talk to us about science fiction. And as the follow-on activity, he encouraged everyone to record their dreams while they're in confinement and see if it inspired a really cool sci-fi short story or an image. And the space architect recommended redesigning your current habitat or creating images about some amazing space habitat. And next week, which is the important one for our discussion, is space and physical health. So it's exercise and nutrition. So what we have lined up at the moment is we're going to talk with astronaut Mike Barrett about what happens to the human body in space and how exercise and nutrition help counteract those effects. And then we're going to have an exercise routine built just for our community with a personal trainer in Florida, and he's going to take us through a Tabata workout inspired by space. And then we just confirmed that we have a chef in London who thinks a lot about not just recipes, but the whole dining experience, including interacting with the people that you have during your dining experience, even if they're remote on another computer, and how to get the most out of your current situation over food and nutrition. And we hope to partner with TED on the Leguminaut challenge.
Well, what's nice is it's just not me, but all these amazing teachers and everyone else at Magnitude. We're pretty excited about that, Jancy.
Well, that's awesome. So here's what we came up with. So next week we will launch this idea. But one of the important things to note is that we never close these prompts. So if a student doesn't find out about it until, June, they can still participate in these activities, and they can do it actually for long term. So in the spirit of thinking about habitat design and habitat health and welfare, physical and nutritional health, we thought we would do a little joint activity for our students called basically Design Your Habitat Garden is what we're talking about. So we'd like to challenge our community and the Magnitude community to clue in here, maybe watch some of the videos and definitely read up about the Leguminaut challenge, and then create either a design for a habitat garden or an artwork about a habitat garden. And remember, that could be a film or a song or a visual image, and that garden could be something on Earth, or it could be something on the moon or Mars or further. In addition, if they would like to start their own real garden, that would also be awesome, and maybe it'll be based on the designs that they've created. And we will encourage them to share images and artwork and design plans for their habitat garden. And as I mentioned, the link will be open, and social media is always open. They can keep sharing for weeks and weeks. So this isn't, something they have to do with a quick turnaround. And I think it would be a great way to bring our two projects together.
Well, I think it's we're already kind of weaving these together just thematically, the way you're thinking about the future and the present, and aspirationally, what's possible for humanity to come together as one planet to think about these things. Opening up here, I think there was a question. James Cottrell is saying, being creative is related to accepting the risk. Is training some students to take risks also important?
So that is an interesting question. And I agree. I think what I'm doing right now is very risky. You know, scientist, amateur musician and theater person. And I never said I was good, right? Suddenly running a nonprofit. So now I'm a businesswoman.
Right,
Hello. I really do. Yeah.
That was wonderful. Oh, I was just gonna say, Jim, check your email. Thank you for the question.
But I would also like to say something else related to that. It's not quite about risk, but I would say that creativity is uncomfortable. And especially kind of creativity that we're talking about when we're doing it non-traditionally, when we're trying to mix different types of experience and skills and bringing different kinds of people together. It's hard work, and you're frequently in your own personal uncomfortable zone. So I do talk to the students about how it's okay to be a little bit uncomfortable. You know, it's okay to it actually spurs you to learn more, because you want to be as careful as you can. You want to do more work, and you're motivated, and you think you might have something going on here, but sometimes you just have to try it. But having said that, as the cautious scientist I am, I always pilot on a small scale everything that I do. So I don't throw all my financial, resources into something until I've done a test to make sure I think it's going to work. And that's the process of experimenting as well. That's the scientist in me applying it to a business proposition.
Wonderful. Now we're just kind of making this up as we've from the very beginning of these Magnitude Lives and the SciArt and bringing it together. But I think what our team is working on is providing these are going to be small little prizes, but I think there's a recognition for the art that is created through the combination. So there'll be some gift cards for different age categories, just a little token of appreciation of your creativity and innovation for anyone that's listening, whether you're focused directly in the Leguminaut Challenge and now extending your thinking to designing a garden for your habitat at home, or you're opening your mind up to the idea of a garden on Mars or some other amazing landscape, some exoplanet somewhere, 10,000 years in the future where we might be living. But
so that's my segue. I've got a point to this. It's a little bit out of focus, I think.
No, well, there you go. Wow, it's a whole poster.
So this was actually one of our artworks from Project Mars. And you can see we've got a legume here. And we've also got the little critters there as well.
How about that?
So this is it's as though this was made just for the Leguminaut Challenge. So let's see if I can put this back without having it fall on my head. Excuse me a moment.
Well, fantastic. I'd like to open this up here to our guests inside Zoom, thinking about creativity and making a space and all the things we've been working on. Some of the investigations I've watched some of the teachers do here. Deanna, your idea of these columns that are supporting the plants that are getting really leggy, the elation. I'll never get that. Well, I'll get that word. There you go. Right. It's
awesome.
It's how do you create these habitats? So how can we weave these together? What would you do with your own habitat? Let's just kind of have a little discussion. Javier, welcome.
So cool. I had the opportunity to conduct a summer camp last year with some students in Mexico. What interesting about this project was that it was multidisciplinary. We have several grade levels. We range from 4th grade up to college students. And we went to the Monterey Tech, and they provided us the facilities for us. And the challenge was to imagine how students might create a habitat, but in the moon. The interesting fact about this challenge was that we did a little bit of what you said about connecting the creativity part with the business model. So the students are now creating like entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs that they created, like instead of just doing a habitat, they have to create a business that will make some assumptions for the students to design a space hospital, what is that? Habitats, restaurants, and stuff for future space, let's say tourists. But another thing was that we created these habitats in virtual reality. So it was very, very cool to see the students how they were sketching in paper and pencil, and how with their creativity and also research, because the students have to research where are you going to put the habitat, either in the moon surface or orbit around or under the lunar field. So it was very interesting to see how the students working in teams created the sketches. And just like you said, it is very personal how the students, when they are mixing arts in technical work, it makes them more powerful because they are putting a piece of their soul in something that is tangible or not tangible, such as like a space habitat. So it was very interesting to see how the students learning in all these projects to do without any previous experience, and by the end of the day, they were masters of building these virtual reality field trips in just with a few computers and just one headset. So it was very, very interesting.
Oh, I love what you said, Javier. You know, my perspective is a primary ingredient to innovation is imagination, right? If you don't have that, just like that idea, it might be a tangential to the main way people are thinking, but that's the breakthroughs. That's when innovation comes through. And we really have to foster it, whether it's through the visual arts, as you've described, Jancy, or music or dance. It is part of the human spirit. And I think that's also what drives scientists as well, right? Is imagining what might be possible.
So
yeah, go ahead.
I frequently talk about science communication. It's, one of the things I lecture on, and also on science creativity. And I think that there are, so for communication, you need to tell a story. And it used to be when I was a scientist, remember I said I was never taught how to communicate about science. But now, and it was always as though you were talking only to your nearest colleague. So the field of neuroscience is absolutely gigantic. And at one end of the poster hall at the giant neuroscience meetings, people can't even talk to each other because they don't use the same language. So there's a lot to be learned about communicating about science and telling why people should care. And one of the messages that I give both the students and also the PhD researchers is it is actually your responsibility to learn how to communicate. That is part of your future career. And then I was thinking of something else when you thought about creativity. So I think we also have to put ourselves in the right mindsets to be creative, and that also takes training. And Javier, I love what you did because it sounds like you did everything. You helped them to feel motivated. You gave them a lot of different ways to look at things. I'm hoping some of your students will find out about our little project here and maybe contribute something over the coming weeks. That would be really fun.
Mm-hmm. Great. We've got some guests from around the world here too. So Gil, there in Japan, it's pretty early for you. I really appreciate you jumping in, or I'd say it's middle of the night, I guess, but jumping in and joining us on these sessions. You seem pretty excited about this.
Yeah, absolutely. So my background's art as well. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, and from as young as I can remember, I was part of an art academy in San Juan that focused on traditional art. And I'm a trained. I was a professional photographer for a while, doing art photography and then commercial stuff. And all the way now where I'm the head of science for a large educational program and school in Osaka. I teach biology at various different levels, and I also research astrobotany and develop programs. And the way that we, for example, one of the lessons that we did in our school, since our students are Japanese nationals taking on high-level IBDP biology courses in English, is I'm like, well, when I was in high school, I was an art student and I was focused on the really pretty girl that was sitting in front of me. I wasn't focused on my teacher because, quite frankly, she was kind of boring, and this other young lady wasn't. And I always think about that as a kid. What is going to keep your attention? It's whatever keeps your attention, right? So the way that we engage, for example, cellular biology is, instead of opening up the textbook, I give the students canvases, and as I talk about what the different organelles do and the functions of proteins and stuff, there's a giant canvas in the middle of the classroom, and I'm painting as I'm teaching. And that's something, when you were talking about this whole program that students would be designing habitats, I just lit up. This is something that's so fantastic. That's something that can be applied in so many different ways. So I can't wait to get our students and our faculty in on this. It's gonna be really good.
Yeah, the creative mind, I guess, is the common language, whether it's sound or visual image. And even though we might be speaking different languages, there are some common languages, right? Which is pretty exciting.
Well, and I didn't really emphasize this because we're a STEM audience, but we also, by weaving in the artwork, we are opening the invitation to people who don't already self-identify as scientists and engineers. We have a very large problem in that we seem to close the door on people who are not already self-identifying as students. They say, okay, I'm going to be a scientist, right? And then they don't learn about art, and then that student who wants to be a writer feels like the door is closed to the STEM field. Well, I don't think that's a good idea. Again, I'm about using the whole brain anyway, so why would you only use half of it? But I think also that we have to be welcoming, and we have to make people feel that there is a role for them in this future of space and science and technology, and by giving them opportunities, we're not only teaching the science and the engineering kid to be a better communicator and more creative and a better team player, we are inviting that composer to come in and learn about the future of space exploration and then relay something important about that. I didn't get to mention it, but we have some very extensive performances already in our YouTube channel for Design Your Habitat. One week we had a neurotechnologist who reads the feedback, his own biofeedback, and then creates a performance with visual images and music that is responding to his biofeedback. Then we had another DJ from London who has an album coming out in September, and he took a couple of and it's about going from Mars to the exoplanets. It's a soundscape about that. So he took a cut of it and then did animation to go with it, so that it was not just sound, it was also video. And because he's a DJ, he's got that awesome voice, and he did, these rays of light coming out of his head the whole time. He's like, well, now we're going on a journey to the exoplanets. and the music was fabulous. And because he's also he's also interested in science education, he put up some very important images that we have from our planetary exploration, our remote camera images, and it's just fabulous, absolutely fabulous. So we need to invite those people to help us in exactly the way that Gil was talking about. I want to take your class, Gil.
There you go.
To be honest, what you're saying though is so inspiring, because when I was younger, I was always, I grew up next to Kennedy Space Center. We went from Puerto Rico to Florida. I saw the shuttle launches from my house going to school, and I was in love with science until I got to mid-junior high school. And then I was told, no, that this is the way you do science. So then I gravitated to what came naturally to me, was art. So I went through my entire educational career into university focusing on the humanities and arts, and I got a degree in international relations because that's what I thought where I belonged in. Now I have a graduate degree in biology and research. So it's like the fact that I felt like I was pigeonholed as a student. I think about how many other brilliant kids are limiting themselves in one of the other fields. There should be a middle ground. I think that's where we thrive. Like Einstein said that creativity is intelligence having fun. You know, that's where we should be, right? So I'm sorry, I dig what you're doing.
No apologies necessary, Gil. Dana, you seem pretty excited there in Canada about this as well, right? I mean, this is like right down this is on your roadmap.
Oh, yeah. Jancy, great to see you. I met you already. We were at Seek together, and I don't remember if you remember that Joanne Connolly-Boutin and I spoke with you. So I was flipping through my emails just a minute ago and seeing all our streams of conversations from before. So I love how all this magnitude is just bringing really this person's life together in an amazing way. It's just connecting in these circles, and it's fantastic. But Jancy, one of the things that I've done and continue to do is STEAM education. And I did sit on our minister's dean committee. This is where we determine the art platforms for our schools and so on. And one of the things that we did after speaking with you, as we had said, I was flipping a school at that time. And flipping a school means we're changing the entire school, everything they're doing, furniture, everything. Joanne Connolly-Boutin and I put together, along with our board consultant, the STEAM room that year. And we took a lot of the discussion that you had given us to that. And that room became amazing for a full year of arts and robotics and technology. And then the school flooded in that year.
No, I was waiting for the happy ending.
Happy ending is they're up and running again. All right, that's the good thing. As you said earlier, you were talking about, getting the kids inspired in that, in the neuroscience. As a life coach and a youth coach, one of the things that we teach kids is about the RES. So the reticular activation system. And that when we tell kids in the arts that, or we hear kids say, I can't draw. My teacher said I'm no good at that. That's problematic. And opening up a program like yours is exploration, to me, and allowing the kids to just explore and accept and make mistakes. This is a great place for those risks to happen. And part of our mandate as STEAM educators was to teach children mistakes are the best part of this. Make the mistakes because you get to learn from them, of course. But at the same time, we taught them hug a mistake, because if you hug it, it's going to hug you back and you're going to know differently. So all that to say, everything that you're doing is inspiring. I love this notion of creating the habitats. That's great. I work with a group of students who are homeschooled because I'm retired from my school board, but contracted to them, but also run my own business now. And I really, really want to make this connection happen. And being part of Magnitude and bringing the kids up in their STEAM. I, like Gil, was the art student who I wanted to go home. I just wanted to go home when I was in school. I just go do art and photography and all of that. And that has become a big part of what I do in life, art and so on. So I just very shortly, in one presentation that I did give as a STEAM educator, I proposed this question: which careers do not require art? And I asked everybody to Google it. Guess what the answer is?
I can't think of anything.
Ted's got it. Every career requires art. And when we start flipping at what all the careers do with the arts, including the medical faculties, etc., it is an endless stream of arts in everything we do. So I, as a kid, couldn't understand why art couldn't connect to all the other things that I wanted to do. I couldn't understand the other way, why science couldn't connect to everything that I wanted to do. And I was that kid who was told, no, I'm sorry, you can't be a pilot. You're a girl, right? Oh, I'm sorry, you're in the arts. So you know what, math and science, not for you. Well, sorry, but proved you wrong. So I'm glad that I had that opportunity. And at the same time, Jancy, everything that you have said is bang on. You also did one other thing I just want to share with you. When we had that conversation at Seek in Houston, Texas, I went back and I proposed to one of my teachers at the high school level. I'm going to ask you a question. Is there sound in space? And she looked at me dumbfounded. And I said, ask your kids, ask your students. And so she did. So she went back, asked them, and their answer was, we don't know, right? Heck, we don't know. So she devised a project called Is There Sound in Space? And as a music teacher who has a full-fledged band in a music aided school, created music for space, created the sounds that they thought were in space. So the conversations that we have here today, the conversations that we have with you, with people we meet in person, we never know how they're going to change what we do, but you did that. And this is going to change what my students are doing too. So thank you very, very much. Totally inspired again. I do have to jump off. I will be back in about half an hour. I have another meeting to go to.
All right. Good to see you, Dana.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you, Jency.
This idea of music in space. So Tony knows I've got too many projects in my head. But one thing I want to be able to do is a lot of our equipment relies on sensors. We're detecting things in the visual spectra or gases or things like temperature or humidity. And I actually want to make a little symphony from our sensors. Originally, this idea came of doing something with a satellite as it orbited the Earth, and we were getting information that was coming in, might be light levels or cloud layers or whatever it is, and then finding ways to tune those, if you will, and synthesize those into sounds. And hopefully it wouldn't be cacophonous, but something that actually be melodic. And
can you spin it up for me?
Oops.
Cacophonous. So oh yes, please.
We've actually done that before in my laboratories. Some of the students, they sampled the sound of the centrifuges and then composed a rap song based on their experience. Do you want to hear a small snippet?
Oh, sure.
Can you hear this video? Hear this.
Hear it.
Can you hear that?
Young Mark Watney, study astrobotany. I make hanging gardens and nobody can stop me. This girl plants in space. I'm that young Mark Watney, run these gels. The warden of the crops, I run these cells. This girl plants in space.
So I have a request for you. Can you make that into a GIF or a GIF or however we say that word? And in celebration of our little collaboration here and in support of the Habitat Garden, send it out next week.
There you go.
And encourage everybody to do exactly what you're doing. And
actually, that's a great segue into how do we enter the contest. So feel free to share your screen again and show how your interface works and how we're going to take those submissions. Will these be judged separately or together? Tony and I are working out the final little gifts, probably something like $25 or $10 gift cards, that type of thing. It's really more about bringing the community together and having some fun. We will separate it by your recommended age bands to give a fair shake to our youngest and as well as our oldest, right? In terms of creativity and innovation. But how do we work with you on it?
So the current strategy, and I have like so many things asterisks for go backs for this conversation. We could talk for 4 hours, but we're not going to.
We'll come back next week.
Right. So the way we're taking any kind of artwork that's related to this, since it's not this long-term 6-month formal contest, is if they have social media and they want to share it, they have to use the hashtag Design Your Habitat so that we can find it. So that's one way. But we do also have a submission system, which is open, especially supporting our younger students. And in some ways, that's the easiest way because then we know we're not going to miss it. And I'm not sure. Do you want me to actually take people to the
Sure.
site?
It's always good to give us at least a little on ramp to make sure we've got it all figured out the right way. Like, what's our URL? Where do we go to? We'll put some links out as well and
right.
amplify this.
So this is the hastily put together website, and
make sure you're sharing your screen now.
Oh yeah, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Thanks for that tasteful recommendation. All right, so this is just it's actually under contests in Design Your Habitat, and we can give a direct link, and then it recommends, and I'm having trouble because there's this whole line of things here. It is recommending that you either use your social media with Design Your Habitat and a tag, or you click on the submission system, and again, we can give them the direct link and Design Your Habitat, and then it's a submission form. And the nice thing, wait, I just clicked away from it. There we go. And the nice thing about this is it allows parents to be in the loop, to let them know, because this is our formal contest system. So they have, if they're under 18 years old, they give not just their name, or they do it with a parent, but they're also going to be prompted for a parent to also put their name in here. And then it's very easy. I won't take you through the whole thing, but you upload the artwork files. And then a parent will then be sent a subsequent email saying, you know, your kid's doing this, right? And it's really, I mean, it's like a 10-second thing. It's an electronic form, so they just have to like type in their name and hit send, and it's good. But it's a way of especially the kids who are under 13, for their parents to know, hey, they're interacting with this group. So I think in the messaging that we put out next week, we will encourage people to go both to the Design Your Habitat site, because that's how we'll submit it, and also to the Leguminaut site, so they can be thinking about the greater implications of what they're doing. I think that there will actually be a student link for them to actually participate in Leguminaut as well, and you guys could send that out later.
Okay.
C sent me that in an email.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to join the Leguminaut challenge, kind of introduced through this collaboration we've started, then there will be a link for them to do it. They don't need to have a specific teacher to open that door for them. And then the images, the artwork, the designs that they want to share, they can put on social media, or they can come straight into our system here. And I think as far as acknowledging some of the best submissions, Ted, you know, you and I will get together and look at what we got.
There you go. We got to bring our crew in too. We'll have a couple folks in. I know Tony's got an amazing art eye. He's going to help influence some of our choices.
And one of and in that regard, it is actually easier if they use our submission system, and they can put it on social media and the submission system, because the submission system will tell us automatically about how old that student is. Whereas if you just post it on social media, you don't know immediately unless they tell you.
That's the science side of you, Jancy, doing a little quantifying here, right? Let's do a little, show me a distribution curve by age and region, right?
Is that what you want? I've got pie charts of the
I know you do.
And statistical error bars when we're actually doing a contest. We have actually quantitative assessment of each artwork based on its merit to the scientific prompt and its aesthetic value as an artwork.
Can I see the average color wheel?
I haven't done that yet. Maybe I need to do that. That could be informative.
I've seen that with movies, right? Where they show, here's essentially the colors that you find in the movie, and you just look at that, and it's really pretty amazing.
And I can tell that all of you are signing up to be judges of the next major global space art contest. I think that's excellent. I'm really looking forward to that. So
we're obviously compiling this together on the fly, which is I absolutely love. We're being creative about the creative process. And everyone here in the Zoom, everyone that's normally with us in the Leguminaut Challenge and isn't here, welcome. Anyone in YouTube that's watching it now or later, come, make some art, share your vision, your passion, your creativity, to connect these things in which we're really looking at making the world a better place. Jancy, thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to segue this in, and stick around, please. There's lots of cool things we want to talk about. But you got to head off?
I do have to head off, but if I could take 1 second to do a couple of go backs.
Go do it.
Just because they're so, everyone brought them up. One is that for the teachers to remember that the other reason we want to do this arts integration is because everybody learns in a different way. So that's very important. But a lot of the teachers don't know how to STEAM their curriculum. So one of the things we're doing together and separately is generating all these examples of how we can steam things. And sometimes it's very easy to steam a very traditional STEM project by just adding a communication requirement to the end of it, like make us an engaging video that's a 30-second PSA about why your work matters. Then it suddenly becomes a steamed project. So anyway,
Yeah, I love
obviously I could talk forever, but I won't.
Well, steam your project's kind of neat. It's a little water and some temperature, right? It's like, what are we going to do to make that work?
No, that's particularly not good for plants. Just
Oh, there you go.
FYI.
So the Leguminaut Challenge, I mean, what is that? We've got an objective here. Our 8th mission flies in February of 2021. And we want a plant to do something really interesting in the symbiotic relationship with a bacteria. We want to create these nodules. And Dr. Richard Barker, I think 2 episodes ago, started talking about the anatomy of the roots of a particular plant's legumes. And our Leguminaut challenge is we're going to select one of these legumes to be a little astronaut, and we're going to send it up there. But what we really wanted to do is we wanted to nodulate with this bacteria. So we want to understand really what this dynamic is about. Why do we want to even have that happen? Well, Richard Barker can probably describe this in a much grander way than I can. But as I understand it, these legumes help with the bacteria produce nitrogen for our soil, making it much more fertile and giving us ability to produce crops in greater quantity and greater health. And so if we can develop something like this in a microgravity environment, begin studying these expressions of the genes and how they might change, can we build a soil for the surface of Mars? Can we make life better here on Earth? So these are some of our grander challenges. But Dr. Barker, I want to turn it over to you and really share with us here the anatomy, if you will, of how this actually works. How does the rhizobia bacteria interact with our legumes, and why is this important?
But yes, but I've got a little art STEM bridge I would just love to show you. If we just give me 1 minute, please, because
okay.
I'm a huge fan of your work, and I'm really enjoying that. And so I had to just put a couple of slides together of a couple of STEAM moments that impacted me.
Wait, did you literally do this on the fly?
Of course. Wrong button. I need to get in present mode. Yeah, so many years ago, Elon Musk once said that he wanted to grow a rose on Mars. Why has it just gone dark like that? You shouldn't do that.
Are you surfing incognito?
I don't know, I just did something really weird. It's because it was, I don't know, try again. Technology, eh? Can't live with it, can't live without it. Okay, and so what he was doing by talking about growing a rose on Mars, he was creating a collective vision amongst like humanity. By having a pioneer like that set such a visceral thing, like the smell and scent of a rose is so beautiful. That saying, stop and smell the roses. Do it literally. Next time you walk past a rose, you'll be rewarded for it. But what he was doing there, he was creating a collective vision that many people will now collectively come together in order to produce, which is kind of cool. So this is why art is so important. It paints the picture that the science and engineers will inevitably follow up with and follow through with. But the problem about art is you have to put yourself out there. It's not like science where it's like quantitative, there's a right and a wrong. It's just you being you, having fun. And so this is an astrobotany inspired musical piece that I created that the audio isn't playing because that's life. Why is this thing in the way? Where I incorporated music and dance. Of course, the music is my electro-composed stuff, which is not playing because that's life.
Do you have a link to that you could share?
Yeah, I'll put it in the slide. So, but essentially, this is the thing about art. People are scared to put themselves out there. A lot of people are scared to do science as well because they think they can get it wrong, just like you think you can do art wrong. And it's all just about exploring reality. And so this is my entrance. This is on the right here. You can see my Martian garden. I've been growing it in the basement, and it's been put onto the surface of Mars there. And this is just how I use like horticulture, like the playing with plants, just for aesthetic purposes. as a way to get used to killing plants and used to doing things wrong. So I work out what does right. The true scientific methodology is just keeping notes as you go, right? So you don't make the same mistake too many times. But so many people are worried about making mistakes and worried about putting themselves out there. And sometimes you've just got to do that to learn and to grow. And so we can use these artistic and gaming journeys to take our minds to alternative places. What we have here is some students playing Settlers of Catan. It's a classic board game. And I was then throwing into them like challenges related to going to Mars and related to climate change on Earth, and watching the kind of gaming mechanisms change and how they interacted. And afterwards, one of the students decided to draw this storyboard about a couple of people being on Earth, thinking about going to the moon, and then thinking about going to Mars. And so they've made themselves this little storyboard in which we can then build the mechanisms and technologies that need to be developed to actually help humanity go on that journey. And so from that one little like throwaway statement that he made all those years ago about growing a rose on Mars, suddenly now we have this whole new set of like science fiction, art, storytelling opportunities all being created at once. This is a Cambrian explosion of imagination opportunities for the internet generation. And let's just hope they have a collective goal, which is worth aspiring to. Okay, cool. And so the focus of this talk is actually nod factors. The power.
Thank you, Richard.
Really nice to meet you, Jen.
I would actually love to follow up with all of you later. You're an amazing group. And so please, let's share contact info.
Well, you're now part of the group, Jancy. So
Aw, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Take care.
Hey, Richard, right before you get into the awesome science, can I add to one thing you were saying? It was here on the chat, and it's actually super relevant to this whole conversation. So Elon Musk is trying to go to the moon. He's got this awesome moon rocket, and there is a Japanese billionaire called
Yusaku Maezawa.
Maezawa-san, yeah, Maezawa-san.
Yeah. Cool. She was ready to go too. Are you on that?
Yeah,
that rocket?
This whole thing in Japan, when it got announced, it was such a big deal because one, he's Japanese, and people here, anytime there's a Japanese person prominent in media worldwide, they make a big deal out of it. But the whole concept of him taking a handful of artists from different means on a trip to the moon and back in order to produce art to inspire humanity to pay attention to not only the moon and space sciences, but to the earth that we live in. It's such an amazing concept. It ties into everything we were talking about this evening and what you just talked about now. It's a trip that I wish I could go on. I think all of us wish we could go on, but I can't wait to hear the compositions that are going to come back from that trip, and the paintings that are going to come back, the architecture is going to come back from this trip. It's going to be fantastic. So if you haven't already, I'm sure everyone knows. Chat group has already done so, but check out Dear Moon. It's a cool concept that I can't wait to see what comes out.
Yeah, I also think it's quite interesting because Dr. Barker actually brought it up a couple of live sessions ago, and it really changes your perspective as well, because everyone's looking at they're only looking at Maezawa, they're only looking at the billionaire himself, but they're not looking at the art aspect of things. And I remember Dr. Barker saying a few sessions ago, when these artists come back, look at how it's going to change the state of everything on Earth, where it's going to create this massive boom around art with regards to that. And how is it going to change the way we look at space, we look at science, and we look at art itself? It's something that should not be undershadowed.
Good perspective.
And all this art is rooted in amazing science and technological feats. So I think it was like last week, NASA just announced that got 3 different service providers that will be sending things to the moon in 4 years.
That's right.
SpaceX is one of them that's going to be landing there. And with that contract, they're also going to demonstrate in-orbit refueling, which will enable them to demonstrate that their technologies can go further. Blue Origin is teamed up with the United Space Launch Alliance, and they're using the old proven Apollo kind of a multi-stage landing program. And then there's this third company that I'd never heard of before.
I've also never heard of them. Did they start with a D or something like that?
where did they come from? What?
I had never heard of them before.
But it's a cool idea how they say the astronaut can just step out as opposed to having to like come down from a massive rocket. And anyway. So
Right.
this is all rooted in real science. And so the arts and science bounce back and forth. They're not like mutually exclusive. You don't have to be in one camp or the other. And it's a shame that the historical academic system often makes people believe in that dichotomy.
And there you go. And not to take us too far afield, but in answer to your open-ended question on your Facebook, which rocket would I want to be on, or which ride? It's any of them. And the 16 kilogram requirement is an actual requirement. I want to talk to you more about that project. The Chinese try to grow something on the surface of the moon. I'd like for us to give it a shot. That's later in the decade here, but why not put that out? Let's learn more about the roots.
And so today, nod factors. And so I had to think of what is important about nod factors and legumes. Nod factors are chemicals that are found in legume roots, which allow them to form nodules. So what's the big deal about nodules? These things are amazing because they literally have the power of Thor inside them. What do I mean by that? Well, in order to get nitrogen out of the atmosphere is the N2 form, you need a lot of energy in order to create a bioactive form of the chemical. And it's essential as a building block for life, all life. And so lining is one of the ways that this occurs. Lightning strikes take nitrogen from the air and they create nitrates, which can then be absorbed by plants and animals. But this is doesn't happen that often. And so humans have created a synthetic way of doing this called the Haber process. And it uses the same amount of electricity. So it's really energy laborious. And so we spend millions of dollars every year all around the world doing the Haber process, paying electricity to do it, and then transporting those nitrogen products to the fields all over the world. This is the modern intensive agrichemical, conventional industrial agronomy complex, which is good. We can eat cheap food, fantastic, I love it. But one of the things we have learned is historically for hundreds of or tens of thousands of years, agriculture has existed without these inputs. And how did agriculture evolve to do that? Well, it was cultural practices. It was the changes in the types of seeds that we used. I once met this guy called Turnip Townsend. He was the son of Lord Townsend, the famous Turnip Townsend, the guy that invented the turnip rotation system, the 4-course rotation. It was the first ever 4-course rotation system written on paper in the UK. So he was very chuffed with his family's ancestry. And it went on and on talking about turnips and crop rotation. But having said that, it was right. Like the concept of changing the type of crop you have in the field every year and ensuring that it ensures the soil remains fertile. And what they didn't realize back then is they were like selecting for different types of populations in their environment, in their soil environment. And so as time went on, I wanted to learn more about how we could maintain soil fertility. And so I became interested in soil structure and soil chemistry. And this one little thing you see at the bottom here, this biochemical reaction here, is that Haber process, that fixing of nitrogen from the air. And these amazing genes, these nitrogenase genes, can basically do what Thor does with his lightning strikes. So understanding understanding that better is going to be really important for us ensuring agriculture remains sustainable in the future. And so we can, so we're going to learn a little bit about the process in order to know where we're going. Okay, cool. So at the moment, over the last few years, this is a graph. Graphs are very important to me as a scientist, but it's not too scary. We have time on the bottom axis, on the X, and on the Y axis on the left, we have the population of the planet. And on the right, we have the amount of fertilizers that we use. So you can see they're more or less directly proportional. And so as the human populations expands into the future, we're going to need to continue putting fertilizer in the field unless we come up with other ways of providing nitrogen to the plants. From like 2020 onwards, this is modeled data, this is predictions. So humanity has the capacity to change these predictions if we come up with collective ideas that are good and worth implementing. Okay, cool. And so let's look at how naturally plants have evolved to work with their local microorganisms in order to help fix nitrogen from the air around them. So as always, my favorite hero isn't Groot. No. My favorite superhero is a Arabidopsis, because if you look at its root physiology, you can learn some generic rules about all plants on this planet. And by looking really closely, we might be able to see some things that we can measure. So because as a scientist, I'm always looking for stuff that I can measure, because I don't always just trust my own judgment. I like to produce data to support these things that I believe. And so one of the ways we can create data is by looking at things really close. So a tool that scientists often have at their disposal is a microscope. And there in the middle of the screen, you can see we have a root looked at using a microscope. Isn't it awesome? It's growing there on agar, so it's nice and clear, and it's happy. If you get to go to college, you can sometimes play with really cool microscopes. There's one called a scanning laser confocal microscope, in which you can shine laser beams through the plant. These plants here that we're imaging, we've genetically modified them to put green fluorescent proteins in the cells that become root hairs, so we can see that specific cell type. So these confocal microscopes allow us to do laser cross sections, so we can keep the plant alive and growing and look inside it and see what its cells are doing. It's a really cool piece of technology. And that's why you should practice microscopy, or you should try at school. And because the more you practice it, the better you get, and the more crazy microscopes you get to use in the future. So we were looking at root hairs. What were we looking at? I forgot. Yeah, we were looking at root hairs there because they're really cool, particularly when they glow. But we can also look at the root tip. So if we want to know how big plants are, we can measure, say, the length of the entire root or the length of the entire shoot. But the thing that controls the size of the root is two main features. One, the meristematic region, the size of the apical meristem, and two, the final cell size, which occurs after the elongation zone in the differentiation zone when the root hairs have differentiated and appeared. So by comparing these two features, we can determine why the plant's roots are long, short, why they twist off to the left or to the right, or some of these other things that we alluded to in previous sessions. And my favorite part of the root is this, the quiescent center. So this is like the brain of the institute. Right here, there's there's a hormonal orchestra that's playing a symphony, where we have this auxin chemical, which is determining which way the plant will grow and how fast it will grow. But it's conducting with all the other hormones that are coordinating in this area to control the plant's growth and development, while as it takes all these inputs from these different sources. So don't get me started on this area. It's fascinating. So what happens when you put all that together? So this is a beam time-lapse photography, and there's something that's missing from this. You've got to watch this and tell me what's missing. Oh, Simba. There you go, buddy. So, okay, a few days in now. So this is from G-Phase. I must say, shout out to the photographers that took this image series. They have a fantastic YouTube channel in which they have time-lapse of many, many interesting plant thingies. And all done with this format. Isn't it great?
I guess, where's the water?
Just enough moisture in there. So there's probably some kind of wicking surface in the back that's bringing the water up from a reservoir below, a bit like hydroponics, I assume. They as an artistic YouTube channel, they haven't really written detailed protocols as to how they did it. But I think I showed a similar one to this earlier with because I was inspired by this and I tried to do it with cotton. Got that to work. It's not quite as good as theirs, but all part of the game. So this goes on for a while. So what is it missing? Okay, well it's moving around. That's cool. So that's you searching for light and things to hold on to. It's got a funny name. It's a chiral motion. I don't know. My mum would tell me. Oh no, you know. So now looking closer, what's missing? No one said it yet. What are we looking for? What's missing?
The nodulation.
There we go. There's no nodulation. Okay, so n equals 1. But what do you reckon? Why are we not seeing nodulation?
There's no bacteria.
Because the soil is enriched with some sort of nitrogen substitute or nitrogen in it.
Probably, right? Yeah, it's probably got lots of nitrogen in the soil, and they probably didn't add any extra inoculant, so it's relying on the background microbiota, like as the inoculation. So those two things combined, I mean, it's a beautiful time lapse, but we didn't get to see any inoculation. But there's some other things we didn't notice, and this is a wonderful thing. What they've gone and done is gone in again, and they've highlighted two different areas there, so you look a bit closer at them, and you can start to see things you didn't notice the first time. Oh, I just love these lateral roots as they come out. But there's a moment when you can actually see like the degradation of the bean. So you see what I mean? How like you can see the same video edited in a slightly different way and start to observe different features. So initially I was talking about just measuring like root length or like root hairs, but like there's all different places on an organism at different stages of development, and all of them need to be examined really closely because they're all fascinating in different ways. Like that, the way it's, and then normally we're just looking at things like grow, but here we're looking at something like just degrade. Isn't that amazing? I guess, were they microbes they were eating? I don't know, but it's cool.
What is that?
Well, it was probably some of these microbes that were in the environment. Mm-hmm. So when you asked me to talk a little bit about nodulation, I was like, well, that's not really my area of research, but like education never stops. We're always here to learn. And I did study it in college. So I went, right, let's go back and visit the area and come up from my new perspective. My new perspective being a genetic engineer and a computer science kind of dude. So what I did was I found the most up-to-date paper in the area, and oh my god, it looks complicated. Loads of long words I've never seen before. I don't know how to pronounce. Okay, but that's okay. Don't worry, don't freak out. This happens all the time. Whenever you start a new project, you go to the literature, and if you've never worked in the area before, you're going to encounter some words that you haven't before. Don't be put off by it. This is the journey of life. Okay, but what we can do is find a few things to take home. So what I would do in the paper, I would take the abstract like this, and I try and reduce it to like 4 main bullet points, 4 take-home messages. This was selected by me because it said transcripts and genome in it, because I like genetics, I like genomes, and so I know I'm going to be able to apply my skills there, and I know this is like a modern paper, and the genomes, they have like a blueprint for every organism, how it develops and how it grows, right? So in that genome, there may also be a blueprint that determines how that organism interacts with other organisms, such as beneficial microbes. So that's why I wanted to have that component in the study. And then they say that they compile symbiosis-related transcriptomes. So the transcriptome is how the genome is being expressed. And so then we'll be able to see which parts of the genome are important to the formation of this symbiotic relationship. And that might tell us some important things about this symbiosis. In this study, they use 5 rhizobial species and 5 different like beans. So it's looking at the broad diversity. There's many different types of beans and many different types of microbes. So I like this because it was a meta-analysis. I was looking over more than one. And then finally, just a little bit of biochemistry, plant phenolic compounds that are actively synthesized and exported in response to nod factors. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna have to learn some biochemical names. So biochemical names. Chemicals are made by enzymes that catalyze reactions. We saw that earlier, right? When we were looking at the nitrogen fixation, that nitrogenase enzyme that has the power of Thor, right? Mm-hmm. So we might need to just get a little bit of knowledge surrounding that bit, a little bit of biochemistry and how these enzymes might catalyze those reactions. That will probably become clear in some of these pictures later. So that's my goal. I really wanted to understand that because that seemed interesting. So, okay, so as a plant person and as a computer person, I'm going to be breaking this whole thing down into sequences of little programs like that are being executed by the organisms inside. I like to compartmentalize things and simplify things, so this helps me understand things. So genetic program number 1, which is the plants will make flavonoids. Plant roots, they exude chemicals. Sometimes they do this to make stones in soil, like release nutrients. And sometimes they do it to communicate with the microbes that are around them. So one of the root exudates is these things called flavonoids, and they can then interact with the microbes, which then cause the production of nod factors. Nod factors are chemicals that are produced by the rhizobia bacteria, which can then be perceived by the plants. So this is a molecular dialogue. It's a conversation that's happening in the water of chemicals diffusing between these different evolved organisms.
Is this like an old school modem? Handshake?
Yeah, they can make these noises. Okay, cool. So we've got these nod factors. Okay, and these nod factors are amazing. They go over into the roots. They interact with the root hairs. And then there's a signaling perception thing that occurs in the hairs that switches on a bunch of genes that produces chemicals. So there's this positive feedback loop, as we call it. One good thing leads to another, and it happens again and again. And then eventually it sends a signal. And this was the thing I found amazing and really cool. It sends a signal to the shoots. So we've got all this molecular biology, and don't worry about the model down here too, okay? But we've got all this molecular biology going on in the cell. These chemicals are moving back and forth between the organisms. And then the plant sends a signal up to its shoots, up elsewhere in the plant, where that signal is perceived, and another signal comes back down again. So why? What's that signal all about? Why does a signal go from the roots to the shoots and back again? Well, the roots are asking permission. They're saying, hey, leaves, we've got some bacteria down here who are hungry for some sugar. And can we give it to them? Because and then the shoots, if they're happy and they're growing and they've got like excess sugar, they'll be like, yeah, sure, we're producing loads of that stuff by photosynthesis. But you know what we need? We need some nitrogen. So make sure if you're going to give them some of our sugar, they're going to give us some of that nitrogen that they can activate. And so that's how the plants choose to have the right relationship and be mutually beneficial for the two of them. So that's why there has to be a signal that goes up and then comes down again. So not all plants have this program, okay? It's like not all computers have the same software. But this software does exist in legumes. And this is why legumes are such amazing plants. And so—
Richard, it's Michael. I just texted you a photograph that I literally just took of a 20-day-old Adzuki, Vigna angularis, of a whole mass of nodules, if you want to throw that up in the during your presentation. I'm trying to set up to do some microscopy with them now, but
Azuki!
That's enough, Gil.
I got that 22, bro. That's 2 for 2. Okay, Richard, back to you. Just Azuki's winning. Right, okay.
And now back to our regularly scheduled program.
But this is a really good point, though. So this is like the bridge between theoretical modeling and using science and experiments to understand the environment, understand what's happening inside the plants. But then this all has to be backed up with scientific methodology and scientific practice. And in order to continue to understand this, it's these exact skills of growing these legumes and quantifying their nodules, which people need to learn so that we can understand them better and use them more in the future. So there's another piece of software that's running back and forth. Okay, cool. So the roots have got the signal from the microbes. They've sent a signal from the shoots to the shoots. The signal has come back and they're like, yeah, go for it. And so they start to initiate nodule formation. The root hairs, they have these infection threads that start to grow through them as the bacteria start to occupy the cells. And this is the bit that I really do love. Okay, so what's happening there as the rhizobia is entering the root hairs? We're seeing what we call calcium spikes. Calcium spikes are electrical oscillations that are moving along the membrane of the cell, which are causing calcium to move in and out of the cytosol. So this is your Morse code that's going through your plant. This is its nervous system. It's a shame the neuroscientist isn't here anymore. I should love this bit. Okay, cool. So what do we have? So there's always natural oscillations of electricity going through the plants, but are never intense and periodic like this. So what we see in the top right-hand corner here, we have a bunch of, this is time-lapse photography. The 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. So we have all these different frames going through as we've imaged this one root hair cell on the surface of the plant. It's being infected by these by these rhizobial bacteria, and it's starting to recognize them. And we know that because of this peak, and this peak, and this peak. And it comes at this regular interval. You can also visualize that not in like a spatial form like this, as the hair. See, this is the hair, the spatial information. But you can now just imagine it as an intensity of the electrical wave or the calcium wave. You can see those peaks. So this is what we call calcium spiking, also known as nuclear spiking, because this is happening in the nucleus. You can see it by the distribution. root hair cells are long and kind of like stretchy things, but you can see there's a peak in the center, and this is where the nucleus is. The nucleus is where DNA is being actively transcribed. So there's something about the interaction with the microbe and the plant that causes this electrical oscillation along the cell, which causes mass amounts of calcium to change gene expression patterns in the nucleus. And this then causes the next stage of the process. So I took that root hair coiling and projected the rest of the model. So then you get the initiation. The initiation is the change of the elongation pattern within the root hair cell, and essentially the formation of a nodule. In order to do this, there's actually some hormonal regulation that occurs. The microbes actually change the hormones inside the plants in order to ensure this happens. Ethylene is a really interesting hormone. It's a critical signal in the response to flooding. So that's going to be important a bit later. And ethylene regulates this whole process. So if you have high ethylene, you can prevent this process from occurring. Anyhow, so, and then eventually a mature nodule will form. And we want that mature nodule because the mature nodule, well, that's where the magic happens. So this is where the next software program gets activated. And this is nodule fixation. So this is a different genetic operon, a different set of genes that get turned on to produce a different set of enzymes, which then actually start taking nitrogen out of the air and fixing it. FYI, I can't see the comments, so if anyone has a comment, and feel free to shout out. But this is the exciting moment. Okay, we've now gone through all these different genetic programs, and now we've got a nodule that's formed and is able to fix nitrogen. And don't get me started on those genetic operons, because these hormones here, like gibberellins and auxins, this is what my dissertation, my thesis was on. So there's so many different detailed molecular tangents you can go off on. But the moral of the story is this was that hormonal change I was talking about, and this is what's causing the tumor to form. So essentially the bacteria is activating the formation of a tumor on the side of the plant, which they will then occupy. This is not only done by rhizobia varieties in order to fix nitrogen. This is also done by Agrobacterium tumefacium, which is the model microbe that humans use to genetically modify plants. Okay, cool. So we've gone through a lot, haven't we? Oh, got it. Okay, let's have a quick summary again. Plant root hairs produce flavonoids, get perceived by rhizobia, that build nod factors, that communicate with the plant, that cause a nodule to form that allows them to fix nitrogen. That's on the syllabus, I'm sure. So again, just to pause and reflect about this, there's a lot going on, and all I've been showing you so far is pictures. The reality of it is a little bit more chaotic, but it's basically the same. You'll see they're not always quite so beautiful, and getting the right stains at the right time is a real art form. Yeah, this is a scientific method published in Nature Reviews, but I'm calling it a real art form. What they're doing here is they're staining with a GUS gene so that they can see the infection of the fungal hyphae. In order to get that stain just right, it takes practice. So you have to give it a go. You have to be able to do it wrong a few times. And so the next scientific process actually has a lot of art in the basis of it. So pause to reflection on the science that we've gone through is basically to inform you as to why it's really valuable for you to understand these methods that you're being taught through the ExoLab program. Okay, cool. So, but our nodules, oh God, nodules are amazing. But what makes the nodules so special, eh? Well, in the center of the nodule, you get an anaerobic environment that forms. Where you've got air, you get gaseous movement, you get convection, oxygen moves around, and all these other things. In the center of a nodule, you don't get that. You're surrounded by cells and surrounded by this dense area of water. So actually, right in the center, you get an area of anaerobic anaerobia that forms, a local area of hypoxia that forms. The cells start to experience a little bit of anoxia. They start to suffocate a bit. There's many ways to say that oxygen is depleted in the center. And the reason that's important, it takes us back to biochemistry again. So this nitrogenase enzyme, remember the enzyme that has the power of Thor, it can fix nitrogen? Well, it has a weakness. All superheroes, like Superman, has his kryptonite. Well, nitrogenase has its oxygen. And oxygen can competitively inhibit it by getting into the active site where nitrogen normally functions. And so it prevents it from functioning. So to get a functional nitrogenase reaction catalyzed, you have to reduce the amount of oxygen in the area. So this is like the three-dimensional structure. People have been looking at this for a long time. Three-dimensional structure, that nitrogenase enzyme, and buried away in the middle here somewhere, there's a spot where nitrogen goes in and then like nitrites come out. And if oxygen gets in that space, it blocks it. So the higher the oxygen you have, the less nitrogen fixing you have. There's a schematic to kind of represent that. Okay, cool. So why is that the case? That's weird. Something as important as nitrogen fixing from the atmosphere, surely you'd think evolution would come up with a better mechanism, something, because oxygen's in the air all around us. So it'd be crazy to evolve an enzyme which has a constraint such as oxygen in the environment preventing it from function, right? That would be crazy. So this is when we go back in time. You know, my science talks, they always take us back in time, sorry. So we're going to go back like 2,500 million years ago, back to when like the first like bacteria were like just first fixing like carbon dioxide from the air, making their first like sugars. And in this early period, these early bacteria, these cyanobacteria, these archaeans, they had low oxygen. Can you see that on the right here? So this graph has the atmospheric oxygen concentration in it. And so we have our like modern time up here kind of thing, but you can see all the way back there at the beginning of this cellular evolution, the amount of atmospheric oxygen was really low. And the need for these cells to grow, the one building block they really needed was nitrogen. So the selection pressure was such that they evolved the capacity to fix nitrogen, and they didn't have oxygen accounting against it. Time then passed, oxygen levels changed, the world evolved, but these enzymes, they just remained as they are. There's a similar story regarding Rubisco and photosynthesis, but that's a different tangent. So evolution is everywhere. Okay, so the moral of the story though is oxygen inhibits nitrogenase, and oxygen is the kryptonite to Thor's lightning. So where naturally on the Earth does low oxygen occur? Maybe there is another opportunity for this type of process to evolve. You have convergent evolution, you have like where things come together. Something is so important, you can come up with the same system using slightly different mechanisms. If you know what the core fundamental principle is. And here, it's oxygen availability. There's a clue on the left here. You see these bubbles of water? Or this plant is thirsty, but not that thirsty. When you submerge a plant, it goes into a low oxygen environment. So let's start thinking about like moisture as being a temporary way to create a hypoxic environment that could allow nitrogenase to function. And at this point, I'm gonna watch a video because it's awesome. Right, cool, huh? So
absolutely amazing.
Okay, so Fenway, Jean-Michel Anne and his team and his collaborators have gone out there and they've looked at natural diversity of corn, and they have found a variety of corn that naturally form symbiotic relationships in order to fix nitrogen from the air. It's awesome. Okay, so the majority of the food produced on Earth that feeds the metropolises that most of humanity live in, it comes from monocots. Comes from grasses like corn and wheat and maize, barley. Oh, my favorite beverage. All come from these monocots. And we spray a lot of nitrogen on the fields every year in order to ensure we have lots of them. And so these are our favorite foods are cheap. That's great. And the problem is, and we do crop rotation in these fields. These farmers are doing their best. And soybean has been selectively bred to become a very efficient crop. But perhaps we could find ways to put less artificial inputs and agrochemicals in the agro ecosystem. And maybe by enhancing certain crop varieties to incorporate these natural symbiotic relationships and enhance that, we again might be able to reduce artificial inputs into our agro ecosystem, thus making them more sustainable going forwards. Okay, so we have this natural variety of corn. I've seen these plants growing in the wild in a greenhouse in Madison. These things, they're like 2-3 stories tall, and they had a tiny little pot like this. It was awesome. You have to spray them with water. Anyway, the moral of that story is they are distinctly different from the elite corn varieties that we have in the fields, well, being sown probably right now in a field near you, right? So there's going to be a lot of work that's needed to transfer this trait over, and to do so in a way which is productive and better for the environment than the current status quo. How are we going to do that? Because currently we have fields that we're feeding. You know, in my opinion, corn is the dominant species on the planet because humans have spent so much time and energy like combating its natural competitors and like selecting for it. And we're doing really amazing things to increase the yield on the land that's already under cultivation because of these projected increases in human population size. We need to make the land more productive. So you can see the distance between these plants here, and then here, and then here. I know one professor who has been making the plants colorblind, so they can't perceive the shade of their neighbors. So you can sow the seeds at twice the density. I'm getting twice the yield from the field. It works, but also pushes more water from the ground up into the air, which might be the reason we're getting massive rainstorms in the Midwest at the end of the summer each year, because we're downstream of the Corn Belt. But we'll just have to see how many years that pattern continues for before it becomes a scientific belief as opposed to a weather-based phenomenon. It's been 4 years running so far anyway. So there may be other ways that we can apply the use of genetic engineering technology, which rather than making the fields require more resources, instead actually makes them require less input. And one of the ways I believe we can do that is by thinking about the field as an agro ecosystem and try and enhance the diversity of that. And so perhaps we can create new varieties of microorganisms and new varieties of crops that communicate with each other better. So I've just taken this one figure from that paper about this nitrogen fixing corn. Oh, big chemical displayed sugar formula. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. You see this big pretty picture here. This is just a sugar polymer. You know, you got like sugars like fructose and glucose, right? And all these different like monomers. Then you can string them together and you get like a polymer. You get like your starches, that kind of thing. Well, this is just a very special type of sugar polymer that happens to help make this slime. And this helps certain microbial communities live in that slime. And there are 4 main functions of that slime that are enhanced by the microbial communities that live there. It's the complex sugar composition that makes it work. It has a balance, the structure of the sugar in here has a balance between how it exchanges that sugar for nitrogen. So it extracts nitrogen from the microbial community that lives in that slime. The slime itself acts as an oxygen buffer. Because you've got this liquid there, the further away from the edge of the slime you get, the more hypoxic you get. It creates that localized region where nitrogenase will function. Okay, cool. So there's a few little questions that remain. So, okay, now we know that corn can essentially form relationships with microbes that can fix nitrogen from the air. If we can then get that relationship into our fields, we don't have to keep spraying them with nitrogen. We've just saved the planet a huge amount of energy, of carbon in the atmosphere. And so the question is, the crops that we do have now, the wheat, the sorghum, the barley, do they already have these sugary like mucilages that are capable of harboring certain microorganisms? Or do we need, or can we add that trait to them using old-fashioned conventional breeding or faster modern genetic engineering? Will it be possible to make sure that we have the right microbes there too? Like we saw where this relationship originally came from in Central America, in Mexico. Is there a specific set of microbes there that just aren't found in a Midwestern cornfield? And people quite often do get inoculants from their local department store, and farmers often spray them onto their fields in order to get better crops. So it's already done. It's not rocket science. So we might be able to put some of these adventitious microbes into the fields. Yeah. And the final thing is gene transfer. So this is like where I like to come in. So I've done a bit of genetic engineering in my time. That was a skill that I decided to learn when I was in grad school. It takes time. It's a slow process, but I got to make those plants glow, like you saw earlier when we saw the root hairs glowing. And for me, that was a really great moment. Actually, kind of an artistic moment too. That like, what wasn't the science that came out of it? It was just the fact they were glowing and the process had gone through to make that. It felt really like an artistic triumph. But you can transfer other things, maybe useful traits, such as this nitrogen fixing. How do we do that? And so we're going to lead into some tools that you can practice with at home. So this picture on the right is a genetic engineering strategy that I designed when I was 18, so a while ago. We'll just put it that way. And essentially, in order to design a genetic engineering system, all you need is a few basic pieces of knowledge about molecular biology. You need to know what a gene is, because genes become messenger RNA, a transcript, which then become proteins. Those proteins are enzymes, and they do things like fix nitrogen. And then you have to understand that these things will be found in plasmids. So plasmids are circular pieces of DNA. So this is like the genome of a bacteria. So we have plasmids, and so we can use plasmids to move DNA from lab to lab or from organism to organism. Then we have what we call restriction digests. That's just a silly science name for cutting DNA. So I can cut this plasmid open, and I can cut this plasmid open. I can stick them together and make a new plasmid. So that's what we call ligation. So cutting and sticking is the basis of genetic engineering.
And Dr. Barker?
Yeah.
Is that primarily done through CRISPR, Cas9, or is that other methods? Or
CRISPR-Cas9 does use these methods, and CRISPR-Cas9 is able to direct these methods to specific locations on the genome. So here, what we're identifying is that these enzymes have specific target sites. So on this plasmid map, I've got these code words, and these code words are names of enzymes that cut at specific sequences.
Wow.
And CRISPR-Cas9 identifies specific sequences in organisms' genomes and causes the Cas9 system to cut at that location. So this is, again, the same system as CRISPR-Cas9, genome editing. The final concept that, again, needs to be mastered in order to do genetic engineering is PCR. We heard about that from Genes in Space just a couple of sessions ago. But essentially the capacity to amplify DNA, to make hundreds of thousands of copies of it. So essentially this sequence here, this little gray line, this is what I call the short root promoter. It's the promoter for a gene called short root. And so that activates the expression of that gene in the vasculature, like where the phloem and xylem are within the center of a plant. And so essentially with these simple concepts, we can create genetic sequences that we can put into plants that get switched on or off at different times or stages of development. Just like I showed you earlier with those root hairs. I can remember we saw those root hairs that were glowing green earlier. Well, they had a green fluorescent protein gene put into them with a promoter that is active in the root hairs. And so we could see them glowing green. It was kind of cool. And so this takes us to a tool that I urge all the teachers and students to play with in the coming weeks and months. This is a free tool. It's called Benchling. You can sign in with a Gmail account. I organize a team of undergraduate research students through this software. They will have digital lab books within it, in which you can just write down your day-to-day experiments. And it also has the capacity to handle DNA related files. So we can have a look at this in a moment or two. But when I was first doing my genetic engineering, we didn't have the capacity to save these files, so it was a lot more difficult. And so we had to use software like Serial Cloner that you download to your local computer. Serial Cloner, again, is totally free. And this software allows you to do all kinds of amazing molecular biology within the computer. You can do digital digests. You can do digital ligations. You can do digital PCRs, virtual PCRs, all within the computer. So whenever we design a genetic engineering strategy, we come into Serial Cloner and we start to design the plan step by step. It's a slow, laborious process. And then essentially we get real plasmids that we can have sent to us, and then we build a strategy in the lab book on how we will construct that system. And then you set about doing it. It takes a long time. Okay, cool. So let's just come out of this. Any questions? I'm just going to open up Benchling and just poke around. But if anyone's got any questions, fire away.
Absolutely fabulous. So anyone here in Zoom, feel free to jump in with a question. I'll check YouTube.
Yep. So I have a student who has submitted a question. She wants to know that when we grow legumes in space, how will the rhizobium bacteria be put into the media and continue to multiply? So will the inoculation, is there an ideal point for inoculation to occur? Is that going to happen here on the ground or up in space?
That is an excellent question. And there's many different ways it can be done. And that is the hard part. So one of the things that I would suggest is that the people of the Leguminaut Challenge come together to share a set of experiments. So what we have here, this is my lab book. This is my students' lab book, and they're all sharing the protocols with each other one by one. So you could write down all the possible different combinations of ways that you could potentially add the inoculant to the microbe, to the microbe inoculant to the legume, and then come up with the best way of doing it. That is what I would do as a scientist, and then do experiments to test all those different methods. What about you guys?
Well, I think that's straight on. So first phase here is trying to determine which legume we'd like to send, and that candidate, part of the Leguminaut Challenge is to determine that as we get to the end of this month. And that next phase then, now that we have our candidate, is to seek to answer Lori's question. When is it going to be most appropriate to see that nodulation? Do we send a plant up that is mature, or it's just starting to germinate? Is it a live inoculant? Are we using a powder? Is it mixed up with like a medium? Is it placed in some other method? All these things are kind of open.
That reminds me. I remember this one time when I was in college as an undergrad, a freshman, I think. And I asked a question that was as good as your students just then, because the teacher said to me, I don't have the answer. And that's why you should become a scientist, so you can design the experiment that will create the answer. So I had to do a really big experiment. It's really, really difficult. But I got there. And then I got the bug. So I put it to your student, like, the software I just showed you has the capacity to share protocols. And the Leguminaut team are here developing protocols for how to grow the legumes with the inoculation. And so what we need is the help of the young citizen scientists in your classrooms, all of them to come up with different ways of doing it and to test them. That's the beauty of the program, right? So excellent question. So I don't have an answer. She's got to do the experiment. They have to do the experiment themselves.
No, that's exactly it, Richard. And this is that 20-day-old Azuki, and lots of nodules in there. I'm setting up to do some microscopy so that we can see that they're active. But that's 20 days, and so if we wanted this to happen on orbit, we'd have to be able to stage this to get at that moment during the 4 weeks of our flight.
So that is a really good point. So for all the citizen scientists out there, all the students that want to know what's the best inoculation strategy, when you do that experiment, you've been shown a really important piece of data there. we need to know how long it takes before we can visually see the nodule. That's like, remember earlier at the beginning of the presentation, I was showing you root lengths and meristem size and all these different things where I could get a ruler and measure, so I could use that as data later. Well, when we're discussing the concept of growing legumes on the space station, the main feature appears to keep coming back to the timing. How long does it take for nodules to form? And one of the great ways to show your peers, your scientific research team, is with photography, taking photos at that time point, and then putting that there for peer review, so we can all go, oh yes, but my nodules are bigger than yours. So maybe,
yeah, I'll take that.
So maybe there's a few key concepts that need to be defined as what are the most valuable concepts for scoring these different legumes and their symbiotic partners. Time to nodulation is definitely one, and I think size of nodules might be another.
I think this is for the teachers in the audience. What we need is a rubric. We need a rubric that has the key components that will give us the greatest success of our prime objective, nodulation and microgravity. And so once that rubric is established, then we'll be able to objectively score the different candidates and come up with our best protocols.
Awesome. Hey, Michael, let's use this. And Dr. Barker, thank you so much for another amazing journey. And those slides, I don't know if you can make those available, we'll definitely post them on our site as a breakout, and combine this with your earlier presentation on the basic root development. But Michael, with about 5 minutes at the top of the hour, we're going to go into a little culinary exploration with Leguminaut. But can you provide a little background with the Leguminaut challenge and kind of encapsulate where we are in the process right now over the next few minutes as we get ready to learn about some recipes we can make good food with legumes?
Sure. The experiment is really, as I said, to see if legumes can nodulate in microgravity, and if so, what's the best option, timing, all of that. And we've really put out the call right now where we're having people just grow the different legumes and see what they think the best candidate would be. And we've got all kinds of design parameters and engineering in terms of the experiment itself. It's got to be able to fit inside the 2U lab, which is approximately 2 liters of volume. However, we don't have all of that 2 liters for the flight specimens. We've got to have the electronics that collect all the data and communicate and power and light, and the flight model is even smaller. So we're really looking at something that can grow in a test tube. And so that is going to be really important. Possibly we could grow in something that's called a magenta box. This is a single one, and I've got 2 of them that I'm looking at designing a growth chamber. Otherwise, we've got, I'll pull out another Azuki since I was showing the other Azuki. So this one, I'm not sure the age on this one. I didn't label this one properly, but you can see it, standard test tube, but we've kind of outgrown our space here. So that may, even though we've got this nodulation that's coming on beautifully in 20 days, which does fit within our experiment, unfortunately, this plant may need to get too big physically for the amount of space we have. If we compare this one to that, it would fit in our 2 magenta boxes, however. So there's a lot of engineering here, a lot of science, a lot of investigation, and we really encourage everybody to be a part of that. This is, as Richard used the phrase, citizen science, and that is so valuable. This is authentic research, as his presentation shows. I mean, this can totally be earth-changing as well as human space voyaging changing in the near future. Then we'll go, as we were discussing just a moment ago, once we've got our flight candidate plant or plants identified, then we've got to figure out the best media to grow them in, the timing in terms of how old do we need those seedlings to be for the best chance of nodulation and microgravity, and all the various parameters. So there's several stages that teachers and students can get engaged in. and I invite you all to join us. Hello at Magnitude.io, or take a look at Magnitude.io/Leguminaut-challenge for the details, and looking for everybody to come on board. And I'm going to have to go teach my own science students for a little bit now, so I'm going to have to bounce out.
Michael, thank you so much. I guess we'll catch you after your class.
Yes.
And I guess I'm getting my schedule mixed up. See, thank you for bringing that to my attention. If Beth is here, we can actually jump into Leguminaut, but if she isn't ready, we can talk more about the program. It might be good to get a broader view. Lori, did you have a comment or question? Oh, hey there, Beth.
Hi.
Hey. Are you good? We can actually kick it off now and start it about your new recipe, your new kind of culinary adventure you're going to send us on. Thank you so much for doing this. Our third
Absolutely.
week.
It's been fun.
Our recipes so we can share these with everyone.
Yes, I definitely want to get them out. And then also some that I'm not sharing that I just have, just so that we can have as many legume recipes as possible. I've been having so much fun just kind of playing around in my kitchen. And I think you guys are really going to like the recipe I have today because it's a dessert recipe. So I actually have them right here. These are chickpea chocolate chip cookies. And they are really, really easy to make and really good. And the great thing is they're pretty nutritious, so you can have them for breakfast if you want.
Yeah.
I did. My 5-year-old did. So we're having cookies for breakfast. So I'm going to go ahead and play a video of the cooking demo that I did yesterday to make these cookies so that you guys can all see how you can add chickpeas to chocolate chip cookies, because I would have never guessed that you could do that. And then once I tried it, I was blown away. So, alrighty. I'm gonna go ahead and add
What we'll do here with my scheduling being a little confused, we're gonna hear from Leguminaut here, or our Orlando-based vegan restaurant. If you're in the area on the way to Kennedy or what have you, make sure you drop by.
All right. Is this video coming up to play?
No, you'll need to share.
Okay, let me share it. Still, here we go.
Awesome.
All right.
You got it.
That's from Leguminaut, your favorite vegan restaurant. And I have a really fun recipe for us today. It's chickpea chocolate chip peanut butter cookies. It's super fun, it's super easy, and it features one of my favorite legumes, chickpeas. So we have right here canned chickpeas, and we're gonna add that to our blender or food processor. And 15 ounces, just one regular can of chickpeas. You're gonna wanna drain and rinse them. And then we are gonna go ahead and add half a cup of peanut butter. You can use whatever peanut butter you prefer. And peanut butter is very sticky, so if you had 2 hands, you might scrape that off, but that'll work for us for now. And then we're gonna go ahead and take our mixture. We're gonna put our handy dandy lid on the blender and turn it on. And we're gonna mix it. Okay, so I have blended the chickpeas and the peanut butter into a paste or a dough. And now we can add the rest of our ingredients. We're gonna add a 1/3 cup of maple syrup, a teaspoon of vanilla, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, and a 1/2 teaspoon of salt. And we have 1/2 cup of chocolate chips, but we're not gonna blend those. So we're gonna go ahead and mix up the rest of our ingredients in the blender. that should be mixed up. And then we can go ahead and add our chocolate chips. And then we're gonna wanna hand stir those chocolate chips in there so they don't get blended up into little teeny tiny pieces because we want cookies. So now we have this delicious looking chocolate chip cookie dough. You can actually.
I want to lick the spoon.
But I am going to take a tablespoon and I am going to put our dough on a baking sheet and put it in the oven at 350 degrees. And then once we bake it for 10 minutes, we're gonna check on our cookies and see how they're doing. And we will come back and see how they bake. I forgot that I actually wanted to show you all my baking sheet setup. So I use nonstick parchment paper on a baking sheet, and then I get either a tablespoon or just like a large spoon, and I try to keep all of my cookies around the same size. But this is a little bit more sticky than your normal chocolate chip cookie dough. So you wanna spoon it on to your cookie sheet. So you're gonna put them about 2 inches apart. And they can look a little more pretty than that. I'm using my one hand to record. So you're gonna go ahead and put your cookies on the cookie sheet, and you are going to bake them for 10 to 12 minutes at 350 degrees. And after they are baked, we will check on them and see what they look like and see what they taste like. So we'll be right back.
Hi everyone. Our chickpea chocolate chip peanut butter cookies are out of the oven. I baked them for 12 minutes and they are looking very yummy. They look almost like oatmeal chocolate chip cookies. They're because the chickpeas, obviously they have a lot of fiber in them. So it's kind of like how oatmeal has a lot of fiber. It gives it a really nice texture. And they smell really, really good. I wish that I could give everyone a cookie so you could all try it along with me. But I have one right here. And I'm gonna test. They're really, really good. They're still warm.
Totally unfair. This is not fair at all.
They're full of really yummy chocolate chips. Really good. One of the things I love most about this recipe on earth is that it is a completely gluten-free recipe. It's also egg-free, dairy-free because it's vegan. And if you substitute sunflower butter, sun butter, instead of the peanut butter, this recipe is also nut-free. So it's a really great recipe to make for families that have allergies. And that's one of the advantages of chickpeas is that chickpeas are very versatile and can be used in desserts, to make breads. I've made pancakes with chickpea flour. And it's really great for families that have allergies who can't eat gluten. Chickpeas are one of my favorite legumes for that reason. And I'm gonna talk to you live about some of my other favorite things you can do with chickpeas. Thank you so much for listening. And I really hope you enjoyed this recipe. And I would love for anyone who tries it to get back to me and let me know how you like it. Thanks.
All right. I think we're going to need to share our concoctions next week, right? Whoever wants to make some cookies. And can we order them and will you ship them from Orlando? That's another
I would love to. I would love to just bake cookies all day. That sounds like a
right. And can you imagine what the kitchen smells like? I can only. Jim asked a question here. What if someone has a peanut butter allergy?
You can use any nut butter or sunflower seed butter. Sunflower seed butter works really, really well. And then they're pretty much allergy friendly for everyone if you use sunflower seed butter, because they don't have eggs, no dairy, no gluten. So they're a really good thing to make when you don't, if someone is like, I have all these allergies, this is a good recipe to go to, because it doesn't have any flour in it. The chickpeas are what makes the bulk of the cookie. And so, and that's one of the reasons why it's really cool, is that you're eating this thing that tastes like a dessert, but it has the nutrients and the profile of something that's a little bit more nutritious than just a chocolate chip cookie that has, white flour and white sugar. So and when you're thinking about eating in space or eating on Mars, like every calorie that you're consuming, you're going to be wanting to consider the nutritional profile of everything. So if your cookie can be good for you too, then that's really, an advantage.
I'm doing some baking here between now and next Friday. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I'll give this a shot.
The chickpeas are awesome to bake with. You can even use the water that you use to cook chickpeas with to make angel food cake and a couple other things. So chickpeas are you can use, if you are getting a can of chickpeas, you can drain the water that it comes out of. Or if you were growing your own chickpeas and drying them and boiling them, the water that you boil them in, you can save and use, which is really awesome too, because then you don't have to dispose of that water. It can be used in baking as well. So that makes it even better, because you're not having this waste product. You're able to reuse that part as well. And that's something that a lot of legumes, like soybeans are another one that's really good to be low waste, because you can use every part of it. So you might be using part of the soybean to make soy milk, and then the fiber that remains after you make the soy milk, you could use and grind into a flour and add to a veggie burger. So that's something that would be really interesting to think about, is how can we use all the parts of the legume that we're sending into space so that there's no waste left over. Even the water that it's cooking in we're gonna want to use that. So and there's recipes for all of it, which is really cool.
Awesome. Wow. Hey, Jim, why don't you jump in here? You were talking about they were actually making cookies in space, but they couldn't eat them. You want to share a little bit more about what you know about that?
Oh, that's about all I know. I put a popular science link in the
I see that.
chat. Yeah, they had to send them back to be analyzed. So
I think
there was a lot of cookie sniffing.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I think it was backed by, if I remember, one of these hotel chains, a DoubleTree. When you check in, they give you a freshly baked cookie, and I think they were the ones that sponsored that. But I was just curious a little bit more. I think they convection and heat, everything behaves differently in microgravity, and so how do you actually bake is kind of an interesting challenge, and so they're still trying to figure that out. They're pretty much squeezing their food out of a tube still, and other kind of methods. But the whole idea of habitat, I'm going to kind of draw back from our earlier conversation. We kicked off this episode with Jancy from SciArt, Dr. McPhee, and the whole idea of designing your habitat. One area of keen interest to me is the galley on the space station. That is really kind of like in my house, the kitchen is the place where everyone gets together, and you're sharing a meal, or you're just sharing a conversation. It really is the place where, for our house anyway, where a lot of activity happens. And I would guess on a long mission to Mars, you've got, 6 months or longer, that's probably where you're going to share time with people. And what better way to share time with folks than with eating, right? With food and preparation. So let's try to solve that baking challenge in microgravity. I imagine it'll be a little easier on the surface of Mars or on the moon, but those gases and heat do different things. So This is Beth. Whether the water, I guess. How do you save it, and how would you prepare it then? Your chickpea water, right?
So chickpea water, what vegans use it for in recipes is to substitute egg whites. So if how like there's a lot of recipes where you make something called a meringue, which is I think it's a French word. And it's when you take egg whites and you add a bunch of air to it and it makes it really fluffy. So probably not going to happen in space. Although it'd be really cool to experiment to see how far you could go with that. Exactly. And how you could get air into that. And it turns into something really fluffy. And there's recipes to use it to make frosting for cakes, to make marshmallows, to make like fluffy angel food cake, breads, anything like that. It looks like whipped cream when you make it. And so it's really fun to do. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if something like that was even possible without gravity. Yeah, there's just so much you can do with chickpeas. Mm-hmm. It's a lot more than just, even though hummus is delicious, there's a lot more than just hummus. So I know a lot of people, when they think of chickpeas, they just go straight to hummus. That's the only, and I'm like, it's delicious, but there's so much more that can be done with it. Right. And yeah.
So show of hands, who wants to tackle the chickpea cookie baking challenge with me for next week? Bring your cookies. We'll eat them on set.
I vote Steve.
There you go. I'm going to try this. I'm going to go out and see what I can do. I haven't made your other recipes yet. It's always exciting to think about these experiments. We want to have some fun, clearly. And we're talking about food. And what better way to think about through that lens of our stomach, what might be a good candidate to send to space. Right. I mean, these will be, we look back through history, legumes and other plants have been with us since we really decided to form small communities and move from hunter-gatherers to agriculture. And so what do we take with us to another world instead of another continent? I mean, literally. Who will be our companions in which we can enjoy a meal with respect to food, and what ingredients can they be a part of as we make something more than just the same bland, and all these sci-fi movies, there's always the slop you get, right? That has a proper amino acids and nutrients in it. So let's think about creative ways to make food, and what are those primary ingredients. And we believe clearly legumes are it. And so cool that there is a dedicated restaurant on the planet, and there's probably a couple that really believe like our legumes are the ones that can make that happen. That's super cool. Now, you guys are regularly open now, or is you still closed, or how's that working for you?
We are open Tuesdays through Saturdays, and we're just doing takeout. We're not letting people. The state of Florida is allowing restaurants to have 25% capacity, but personally, we're not comfortable with that. So we are keeping our restaurant closed and just doing curbside takeout. There are some picnic tables outside that people are allowed to use if they're 6 feet apart, but it's not indoors. And so, we're just recommending that people come with their masks on, and we will hand them their bag of food. And so it's been interesting for us to completely change our method of preparation and how we make sure there's no contamination of any kind, and there's gloves and everything. And it's just we've had to retrain ourselves and kind of alter some of our recipes, and that's been kind of interesting and fun, like a fun challenge to see how fast my favorite challenge is to see how fast I can get my gloves on when there's because I change them out for every single thing I touch. And so changing my gloves and seeing how fast I can get them on and run out to the car that's waiting for their food. So it's a completely different experience than working in the restaurant in a normal day. And so it's been really fun.
You got roller skates?
Yeah, I need them, right? In fact, that would be a great, I may try that tomorrow. So I'm only there on Saturdays now, and I might have to borrow some roller skates and see if that helps.
Diana.
I have a question. Beth, do you do any breakfast meals or is it more desserts and things?
So we usually have some breakfast items. Right now we're opening at 11 and we're doing lunch. But when I do mung beans, I have a breakfast recipe for everyone that it's gonna blow your minds. Because there is a really amazing company that is working on some technology with mung beans, and they have a new product out that I'm a huge fan of, and it simulates eggs.
Oh wow!
And it's really good.
Oh, you're teasing us now.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna do that one. I think I'll do that one next week.
Okay.
Because I had no idea. I mean, mung beans aren't a popular bean in American culinary culture. I'm familiar with them because I do like, I'm just a legume fan. I like all the legumes. But I had no idea that this company I think they're called Hampton Creek Foods. And the product is called Just Eggs. And they wanted to create something that was a plant-based egg product that really lowered the carbon footprint of what it would take to make something that's like an egg. And it's kind of like that when you get like liquid egg and you can make scrambled eggs with it. It works just like that. Only it's completely plant-based, and the first ingredient is mung bean protein isolate. And it's so cool.
So Team Soybean, Glycine Max wants to know, have you ever done soybean pancakes?
I have. I've used soy protein isolate for in pancakes.
Okay.
So I mean, if you want to know my favorite of all the legumes, it's gonna be soy purely for culinary reasons.
Tipping the scales here.
Yeah. Because soybeans they can do so much. So when you're just talking about like variety, chickpeas are really great too. But soybeans, the things that you can do with soybeans are incredible, and they can simulate dairy, meat. And when I do mung beans and soybeans, I'm going to get into some new technology. There's a really cool company out called Impossible Foods, and they have actually isolated some of the iron in soybean to make like a heme iron so that they can create the taste of meat. And if you go to Burger King, they have the Impossible Whopper, and it is that soy protein isolate, but also that heme iron, which before they were able to isolate that wasn't possible with plant foods. And so now they are able to create this soy burger, but it tastes like a real Whopper. And it's real. So soy is just really fascinating from an experimental, what can we do with it and how many things can we do with soy? So
thank you.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dance is +1 for Glycine Max, right?
Yeah.
Well, Mary's not here, and she's our advocate for mung bean, and I'm really excited to hear what you're going to do with.
Yeah, I'll do mung beans next week because one, I have some of the Just Egg in my fridge now, so I might as well play around with it.
There you go.
Maybe I'll make an omelet. I don't know what we'll do. But it's really fun. Yeah, I've got some other ideas too. There's just so many recipes I could go for years. And same with chickpeas. There's just so many things you can do with them. One of my favorite things to do with chickpeas that's really, really easy is make like a tuna salad, but instead of tuna fish, you chop up the chickpeas or put them in a food processor. And then you would add mayonnaise and all the other ingredients that you would use to make a tuna salad, but instead of the tuna, you're using chickpeas, and it's delicious. It's really, really good, and it's really easy to do. So we eat that a lot in our house, and I don't know how it would be pretty messy in space. Although, like in a tube, you could have like your little tube of chickpea salad.
Well, I was reading the article that, who was it, Jim posted? That's where this background is from.
Mhm.
So I didn't find this on my own, but it's the astronaut with a cookie in his hand.
Oh, dig it. There you go.
But someone has created a zero-G kitchen, and that's how they're cooking these cookies for experimentation. And so it seems like it's just it says they're a married couple who have an interest in cooking, and they're partnering with nanoracks, and they're like, how can we like cook stuff in space? And but I don't think I feel like they're just at like the oven level. They're like, how do we make an oven in space? But we really should introduce like this like nutrition aspect, right? Like, what are the ingredients that you have? Like, maybe it's not realistic to have like all of this like flour, or it's like maybe flour instead of like chickpea protein. Like we can have more nutritious, like bang for your buck sort of ingredients with these recipes that you've been mentioning. And like, maybe it is possible in space with these like zero-G ovens. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up because I was like,
that absolutely. That's fantastic. What we need to do, let's put it on our list. Let's reach out to the food lab and see if we can get some of our scientists weighing in from NASA that actually prepares the food for the astronauts. I don't know what strings we can pull, but if anyone knows of anyone over at the food lab, give us a shout.
I think I have a contact there.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, please. And clearly let them know what we're up to. If they want to set a separate call up, Javier, let's do that. We can just chat a little bit and they can see what we're up to. But that would be really fun to have them inspire us, and hopefully we can inspire them a little bit with some vegan recipes with legumes and alternative ingredients that can be used in microgravity. Cookie dough, I think I can eat it, whether it's in microgravity or not. But I think we're going to try to want to bake this stuff. But I'm always the one that's like, I'll save a little bit in the bowl.
I'm a cookie dough fan. Like, I baked the cookies, but for me, I could have eaten the whole bowl of cookie dough.
Yeah.
But my 5-year-old wants to walk around while he's eating this, and he really the cookies are really good too. But cookie dough is like one of my favorite. I did a birthday cake with cookie dough in the middle. So it was cake and then cookie dough and then cake. That was really good.
That's really awesome. And I have a request. Is there a possibility that you guys would ship cookies?
We could look into that.
Right?
That would be really fun.
Because what I want to do is I want to make I'm not like really pretty bad chef and baker or what have you, but I will make some, but I want to compare with the experts to see.
Yeah. Yes, that would definitely be something that
might actually be a new opportunity for you guys with the future of the world. I mean, it's so wacky right now.
One of our friends, vegan bakery in Miami, is completely turned into shipping their baked goods all across the states, and so people are getting creative with how they're changing their business model. And that's what's so cool is like, it's a challenge, but we're just taking and that's how you have to think about space too, is like, it's a challenge, but we just have to get creative. And so we need creative people to, come up with some wacky ideas, and some of them might just work. And so, I would have never thought to use chickpea water to make desserts, but someone was in their kitchen just messing around, and all of a sudden it happened. And, now we have these really cool desserts. So, it's play, and then it's science, and having that knowledge of, I forget that it's science because it's my job and I'm not a scientist, but I am, you guys, I am.
That's right.
And so like, I'm like, okay, soybeans, there's fiber, there's protein, there's this. And then like, I'm separating it. I'm like, how can I use these things? And I forget that that's science. And it's part of cooking that, we so often forget that cooking is actually a very, very valid science. And for homeschoolers right now, like, my 5-year-old is getting a lot of science in his, in cooking in the kitchen, and math, and learning his fractions and things like that. So
Actually, if we can, for our parents with younger children, and for our teachers that teach primary school, maybe K-4, K-3, it would be interesting in maybe a future segment that you might do, that we go through that measuring process.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Right, and really kind of getting them acclimated. Like, now you need a half a cup of this, or and those types of instructions, I think.
And then in space, so if I was converting these recipes for space, we'd be using grams, and we would be measuring, as opposed to, you can't have half a cup with no gravity. You need gravity to put flour in a cup. It's not gonna work in space. It's gonna be a nightmare. But you're gonna have your like measured bag of, 40 grams of sugar that you're gonna add. So, and I actually do use scale to measure for some things, depending on the recipe. In the UK, they're all about weighing their ingredients as opposed to measuring. And I think that's why the British Bake Off is so, like, their food always looks so good, because they measure and they don't have like measuring cups. So I would love to show how we use measuring cups and how that process works, and then also how to weigh out your food on a scale too, so that we can get some metric system going on as well.
I'll dig it. There you go. That would be awesome. So I'm looking at the chat here in Zoom. You guys aren't seeing it in YouTube, but there's some interesting things. Dan, you say, let's send some frozen cookie dough, right? It's like, hey, bake it at home, so it's nice and fresh.
Yes.
That's an idea, right?
That sounds so good.
The Leguminaut brand chickpea cookies, right? Yeah. Come on, like, we're ready to go.
I'd be all over that.
Yeah, for every what do they come in? They're going to come in a little can, or I don't know, whatever. But
there's actually a company, and probably in the States as well, that sells cookie dough to our schools, and it's a fundraiser. So probably, Beth, you're aware of that, but that's one of the things they do, is they deliver the frozen cookie dough to the schools, and at the end of the day, every kid takes home their cookie package. Yeah. And they've raised a significant amount of money over the years with that program.
There you go. That might sound like something we can do.
Yeah.
Now, see, also you mentioned there's actually an online class at Harvard. What's that all about?
Yeah, so it's through EDX, which, like, I guess it's Harvard and MIT's like open like source platform where you can like enroll in these classes for free. And it's about like science and cooking. And it's like at like an advanced level, it's like, yo, this is chemistry, this is physics, this is engineering, like what's happening at like the molecular level. Like there is so much going on in cooking that is like definitely a science. And it's like beyond measurements. It's like what is happening inside of like the oven, or inside of like, we're at like changing temperatures, like bread's rising. I don't know. So I know my partner's currently taking this class right now. I'm like, oh, that's cool. But I would recommend it for folks, because like it's free, right? Just like, and it's like do it at your own pace, sort of like video lessons. It could be interesting to like help inform some of these like science discussions.
Maybe throw that link in the YouTube channel too, so folks can see where you're catching up. And there's some other links we popped in our conversation as well. Beth, thank you so much for another adventure in culinary expeditions of ingredients using legumes.
We're having a blast over here. It's really, I feel bad that I can't pass out cookies, because I would.
It's so mean. It's so tough.
But Zoom isn't there yet. Maybe 2021 Zoom will have a cookie, sharing option.
Yeah. The Star Trek, Earl Grey hot and a cookie, please.
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And stick around by all means. We're going to be talking a little bit. I think I mixed our schedule up a little bit, but kind of reset. What are we doing and what's this all about, right? So the Leguminaut Challenge is really an opportunity for everyone around the world to help us help the world, and that's of any age. Parents with kids at home, kids that are kind of self-starters and you guys are wanting something to do, teachers that are looking for a program that you can kind of wrap your ear up with, because it's all so confusing and crazy right now. We don't have our classrooms anymore. The 30 some odd kids, or 35 or 25, how many kids you have, they're now remote. And I know many of you are frustrated because not all of them are showing up. And I'm telling every teacher that I chat with, and if we haven't talked yet since the pandemic, reach out to me. I'd love to just hear how things are coming along with you. Even if we've never spoke before, I want to hear firsthand what it's like on the front lines here as you're trying to navigate this. It's kind of frustrating. It's kind of exciting. Can be a little disappointing. There's all these emotions that are going on. Just when we think about teaching and learning, and of course, on top of all that, it's just the pandemic itself, the big crazy beast that we got to deal with. But even though you might have 20% of your students participating in your online activities, it's really, really important. You know how important you are. And I really want to I want to just say we're grateful as well as parents. My kids are older now, but of all the work that you guys do as teachers. So even though it feels like you're not getting to all of them, you are getting to those that can. We believe in equity here at Magnitude, and we're doing whatever we can to narrow that equity gap where it's so evident now with distance learning. Kids may not have a computer or a phone to use, or it's being shared amongst a couple different siblings. They may not have internet access. So the idea, what Tony and the team at Magnitude have done is we've really got together and wanted to create something that it actually didn't require technology. So this is great. We can share ideas and see what's going on. And we're about to put something in space in about 6 months. We're going to have experiment number 8 flying on the space station. So all that requires technology, right? But can we get our students engaged and excited about the future through something as simple as just growing a plant? And we need their help because we need to know which plant we want to grow. And so can we get some seeds to your students somehow? If you've got a free and reduced lunch program in your school district, more than likely there is an opportunity to reach those students that may not have those opportunities to log on and do experiments. So can we get a little package of seeds to go along with the breakfast meal or the lunch meal? Maybe print out a little PDF that shows them what we're trying to investigate. But it's as simple as putting a seed in some soil, putting it on the kitchen windowsill and watching it grow, taking your notes down, maybe doing a little sketch of what you're seeing, being observant. Is it too dry? Is it too wet? What are the leaves looking like? Is it good in the sun? Is it better in the shade? And just kind of going through that process. And even if you aren't following all the way along with us and getting something to space, you're growing food. And if you're lucky, if you've done everything right, and I think plants are pretty forgiving if we just pay a little attention to them. And they're, if you might have a cat or a dog at home, they require a lot more attention, right? The cat's probably more independent, but that dog, let's go for a walk or what have you, or let's go play fetch. So they're maybe a little more needy, but your plants do want you to pay attention to them, but they're kind of self-governing. You give them that sunlight, a little bit of water, and just the basic nutrients you'll find in your garden soil. They're going to do fine. They're going to thrive. And you're going to literally produce food for yourself. So if you're there in another world, you can't bring along all your food if you're going to be there for 2 years. If you've ever gone backpacking, it's whatever you fit in your backpack. And so if you got your backpack for Mars, you're going to have some seeds in there and some science on how to grow those plants. And that's what we're trying to figure out right now. So the Leguminaut Challenge is starting with a number of seeds that are based on the legumes like alfalfa and clover, or some legumes think about. A lot of people just think they're beans, but of course they're all your beans as well. And some beans aren't actually beans, and some things like nuts are actually legumes like peanut. So there's things you all kind of get mixed up here, but once you dig down to it, we're looking at 9 candidates. We need to know which one is the best one to send up. And so Dr. Barker earlier today was talking about, oh, big spider. Go away, buddy. He's right on my keyboard too. Where'd he come from? He's like about that big.
He wants to do the challenge.
He takes the challenge. I'm going to send him to space if he's not careful. But sorry, I got diverted there. So we need to find out which one we want to send. And like what Dr. Barker was doing, he was digging down to the deep science of really understanding how legumes interact, work. And there's a relationship between that and these rhizobia bacteria, this symbiosis. And then we're looking at like what tastes good, right? And so Beth's giving this adventure about food. And then we started the session off today with Dr. Jancy really inspiring us to be creative and being imaginative on what a garden might look like, maybe just on our front porch or in our backyard if we've got one. And what kind of garden could we build for ourselves maybe this summer, or maybe if we're going to go to Mars, what would the garden look like? And so that's an open-ended kind of contest we're just kind of figuring out. But let's get creative. I think there's a lot of learning going on when we just are creative. pour out those pile of Legos on the ground, that's learning, right? You're putting things together, you're having fun. It's a very interactive thing. So there are a lot of things around learning that aren't required a textbook reading. And of course, that basic knowledge is always super important. How are we doing this? How are we getting it up to space? We have a component that's typically in libraries and museums and classrooms called the Exo Lab, which is a laboratory that's about 8 inches tall, 20 centimeters, and 4 inches square. And it looks like this in the classroom. And it does things for us so we don't have to. It's measuring all the time temperature, like how warm is it or cold is it in your library or in your classroom. It's measuring humidity, how much moisture is in the air. It's measuring the carbon dioxide, which is the food for the plants. And so what kind of carbon dioxide is in your environment? It has a lighting system where you can control the lighting. Plants grow differently under different lighting conditions. Photo period. If you're in the northern, up there in the longitudes, or rather latitudes, you may not have all the same light you have there at the equator. And so how much light will the plant get? You can adjust that. Wavelength or the color of the light can affect how a plant grows. You can experiment with that. And so photoperiod or light, and then the intensity, how much light is actually getting to your experiment. So this little lab does all of those things, and it's networked to these labs all around the world. We had South Africa and Canada and Japan all on this call today. Germany sometimes joins us, in Kenya when they can. Of course, a lot of us here in the United States. And one other thing it does, it takes a picture once an hour. Watching a plant grow is kind of like watching paint dry, right? You might notice something after a couple days, but after a while, it just looks like another plant. But what Dr. Barker showed us in that time lapse is plants are living, breathing things, and they're moving all the time. They're just at a different cadence than we have in our regular lives. And so we can slow ourselves down and look at it. That through time lapse photography, we can see that in the ExoLab. What we like about this is even with these distance learning possibilities, a teacher can still set up a lab in their home, and their students can connect to it if they've got internet connectivity, and they can see the state of the plant as it's being grown and as it's growing through its process, and compare that with other of these experiments around the world. And when we actually do send that candidate up to the space station, we get a live view of that plant growing in space without gravity or very little gravity, microgravity. How does life, how does microgravity affect life? Gravitropism. Gil from Japan last week showed us a little simple experiment, just rotating a plant and watching how it's affected by gravity. A lot of fun things we can do. So this whole idea of the ExoLab is a program that's working with school districts around the world, with schools and teachers. But we're really just trying to do something for everyone that doesn't require a lot of equipment. So there's still a lot of time to come join us and have some fun. If you are outreaching to our team here at Magnitude, we can actually get you in the Zoom here and you can share along in the conversation. The YouTube is great for having a whole bunch of people, but sometimes it's kind of tough, that dialogue, or catching your text message a little late, can't see your beautiful face, can't hear from you firsthand. So, but reach out to us. And I saw some folks today that, darn it, I should have had them invited back in. I wasn't paying attention because they were here with us in one earlier episode. So this is definitely inclusionary. It's not this exclusive group that's in this thing that we're doing. We want everyone, if you have an interest, remote or direct, fantastical or practical, come join us in our little community that we're building to think about food and what we can do on our planet, and thinking about the extraordinary, like going to different worlds and being able to survive there. Two things I'll leave with here, and I think we're going to be coming up and talking with a really interesting group from a larger organization called Blue Marble, in which they're growing food indoors and feeding communities like in Brooklyn with microgreens. And how do you do that? And could you do that on your own? So that's going to be coming up here in a few minutes. But really, I don't know if anyone else wants to weigh in on their experiences so far and your experiments and what's been happening with your projects. That might be a good thing to talk about. Javier, Why don't you jump in and maybe in a little Espanol too? I know our Hispanic friends have really enjoyed when you've been able to deliver in Spanish. And I got to get Gil to speak in Japanese, and Diane, you know, we're going to get some French Canadian voices in there, right? I hope. But Javier, please share with us what you're up to.
Okay, so we finished with our Leguminaut challenge last week, because these are the last weeks that we're gonna have kids, and the students have their Chromebooks because we are in one-on-one school, but most of them didn't get their Chromebooks. Some of my students, the parents sent me pictures, and they were working on the Leguminaut challenge using their cell phones or their tablets, so it was pretty impressive. And as you mentioned, this is not exclusive from anywhere else in the world. So basically, what we where I work is a Title I school where we have a lot of challenges. One of them is connectivity and stuff. So our solution was to design a set of lessons to recreate the Leguminaut challenge for small kids. So that's going to be coming up for the next couple of weeks, that I think we're going to be launching those activities for small kids for the teachers to do with the Leguminaut challenge. We're still working on them. They were very successful. At the end of the challenge, which was last week, the students were able to design a poster that reflect what the students learned over 3 weeks of challenges. Some of them were 1 day, 2 days challenges. And the students were able, with the parents, to show the effort that they put in. So some of them created drawings, some of them even they cut their journals and they put the journals that they were writing over there in their poster. So it was pretty impressive what the students were able to do, even though they were in kindergarten. So can you imagine what you can do with all the grade levels?
That's fantastic. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing that. And I'm glad that you haven't teased. Did you get one candidate that you're going to fly, or are there multiple candidates? Don't share an answer.
Yeah, for us, it's going to be lentils.
Okay. Well, fantastic. That's good. Hey, you know, one thing that I think will be helpful is, how do you get started with the challenge? It's actually really easy. Tony, if you can, will you walk us through, maybe share your screen, the real easy way to get started with the Leguminaut challenge and the different steps that are required?
Sure. Let me share my screen.
Yeah, Tony's at our office today. He's, you know, with this distance thing, I think one of us can be in the office at a time. I have a feeling I'll be living in my garage for another couple months, but it's good to see Tony in the office.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So the way it works is that it is really, really simple. The first thing you want to do is go to Magnitude.io. So right on the very top, you can click on the button to learn more about the challenge. Or if you have already decided that is what you want to do, and sign up. So you simply, well, actually, before I do that, I just want to introduce this landing page. It has a lot of information about the challenge on this page. Michael Wilkinson talking about why we are doing this, the importance of learning how rhizobium react to the root. um, the science behind what we are trying to do. And also this section right here, you can read more about our timeline when we want to have the legume chosen. And also over here on the right column, you can go back, you can click on any of these buttons to view all the different Magnitude Live that we have produced over the last, I don't know, 4 weeks now. More than that, actually.
It feels like 4, but we're at 60 days now, so. Yeah,
right. So all you have to do is click on it. It will take you directly to the YouTube live video on YouTube. And this morning, I had a email exchange with Samantha, and she wanted to use a section of the Magnitude Live for her students. And she was thinking about how to do some editing. I said, no, you don't really need to do that. All you have to do is go to that video. Actually, why don't I show you that very quickly? I'm going to turn off the audio. So, for example, if you want to you want to introduce the talk from Dr. Barker, and you wanted to start the video right at that moment. All you have to do is do Control-click on the video and bring your cursor down to select copy video URL at this current time. Basically, what it is doing is that you are copying the time code of that video. And then you can share that URL with your students. And they start right at that moment. Mm-hmm. So they don't have to watch the entire video to get to that point. Mm-hmm. And
hey, Tony, if I can weigh in there real briefly. So we've got probably close to 50 hours now of video sessions with the Magnitude Live. We're going to need to curate that a little bit. And so working with our teachers, if you find segments, by all means, send the time marks. But we're going to start going through that and cataloging all of these conversations, so it will make it a little easier for you as well. There's a lot of content there. It's a huge body of work, and really grateful for all the conversations we're having. But there's just a lot there for sure.
Right, and on this page, you can find the programming schedule for the week on Friday. And down here is the video of all the PIs introducing their legume. Why you should choose their legume.
Actually, I think we still have a couple PIs that haven't presented yet, if I'm not
mistaken. That's right. Michael Wilkinson, I think, still hasn't done his clover yet. Yep, exactly, right here. I'm missing the presentation. Oh, and also see right here. But anyway, yeah, let me go into how do you sign up. It is very, very easy. All you have to do is click on this orange button. You will be taken to this one page to sign up. For the teacher who are already in our system, for example, different school district that is already doing CanSat or ExoLab, you don't have to do this again. And all you have to do is go to the menu bar and click to go to the Leguminaut Challenge. Now, for someone who has not created an account with us yet, you can easily create the account with your Google account or your Microsoft account. We understand that some school districts are using Google Enterprise, and some school districts are using Microsoft. So let's try this. And for example, I wanted to sign up by using one of my Google email. Now, again, this email that I'm using right now to sign up, I have already signed up. So you will see a error message at the end of this 3 easy steps. So you fill in, actually it is already filled in. Once you have your email selected, you click on next, and you choose the school district that you belong to. And if you don't have a school district in our system, you can create one. So right now I'm going to just use that. Select the school, and then that's it. You hit submit. Now you are seeing this error message because I have already signed in. So it will ask you to sign in, and I'm going to sign in. So this is it. It is just that simple, and you will get a welcome email in your email inbox. And again, if you want to log back in the future or tomorrow after you logged out, be sure to use either Google or Microsoft button on the login page. It is just as simple. Now, again, when you get to this dashboard, there are a couple of things that you want to do. The first thing is you might want to look at the Lumina Challenge, all the lessons that we have provided for you. And they are set up in left to right sequence. You could click on the tile to really look at all the entire content of each lessons. Now, each lessons are broken up into multiple sections. And once you assign the lessons to your class, your students are going through one section at a time. And this way, it allows you to monitor how all your students are progressing through each lessons. And you will get a live progress on your dashboard so that you can monitor how they are doing with all the different lessons. Now, again, each lessons are really designed as a basic lessons for you. You can use it the way it is designed. And if you wish to make some to really tailor to the way you want to teach your class, all you have to do is clone it, and then every single section you can modify. It's really, really easy to do. And very important. Now, once you have your class set up, and your students, when they log on to their own account, there's nothing for them to do until you assign them a lesson. So, for example, like this one lesson, you want to click on assign to my class. You select the name of the class that you want, start date, end date, and then you click assign lessons. So when your student log on to their own account, they will see your assignment. And how do you create a class for your student to join to join you. All you have to do is click on this button. You give it a name, however your class is named, and then your period, the grade level, and save. Once you do that, okay, I'm gonna do a test.
I'll just make a point as Tony's filling that in that you might be a parent looking for something for your students to do. The Magnitude platform has been built for schools and school districts, but for the Leguminaut Challenge, it's a free program. Feel free to log in and create yourself as an institution, maybe a family name or house or whatever you want to call it. And you might only have, if you're the teacher, you might only have 1 or 2 students. That's okay. If you just getting them involved and having some fun is really what we hoping we inspire you to do. So don't feel that because it's designed for a school or school district that you as a parent can't do this. Come join us. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, exactly. For example, if you are doing homeschooling, and you are certainly welcome to use our platform, and also use all the lessons that we have provided for your homeschool students or your kids. Now, for your student to sign up to your class is really, really easy. All you have to do is give them this URL and this class code. And with these 2 tiny little pieces of information, they can create their own account and be in your own class. Once they have created their own account, you will see their names here. And it is just that easy. Any questions?
That's great, Tony. Let me just check YouTube here. Looking good.
Tony, I'll just pop in here too. You mentioned in using some of the video clips, and in this time of distance learning with students, it's very easy to also take those clips and put them into Edpuzzle, which is a very common program that teachers are using now coast to coast, I think even internationally, and being able to embed questions in the video to for students to immediately respond. And so I experimented with Gil's gravitropism lesson, and it's a great segment of about an hour, but some of us are facing limitations if we can't assign segments so long. So we can narrow it down and clip it. So that's something that teachers can also do, is take shortened portions of like Dr. Barker's presentation and turn it into just a few minutes of high intensity content, and then getting questions immediately and feedback from the kids and their ideas. Be open-ended questions too.
Hey, Lori, have you tried embedding that into the lessons?
Yes, I just experimented with the Edpuzzle one, so I'm going to do that. Yes, now that we have that, I sent Dr. Barker the one too of the gravitropism.
That would be awesome.
And from the one today that Dr. Barker did, I kind of told him in advance, make it really smooth and it'll go really well into an Edpuzzle video. And I'm using it on Monday.
Yeah. I have some great news to share also. We have our archivist, I guess is probably a good description. Shivar from South Africa. He's been cataloging and timestamping all of our programs from the very first episode. He's going to send us some links with timestamps, and we can now. Dude, that is so awesome, Shivar. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the wealth of information in these sessions it just can't be ignored. So I've been going back and timestamping everything.
It's overwhelming. Actually, I got to the point I should have started it, but now we're going to have to go back. Wow, you've saved
no
us so
problem.
much.
I'll pop you that email.
That is that.
Yeah. I would love to make it. I would love to make it available on Magnitude.io. So that people can just go to this one page and pick the segment that they want to share with the students.
We're gonna have to send you some chickpea cookies, man.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah,
Awesome.
via balloon.
Even better.
Please do.
Wonderful. Hey, thank you, Tony, for the overview there. And if you guys still have questions, just hello@Magnitude.io or reach our team. We're more than happy to jump on a call and help you out. A very easy registration system. Jump in and do it. Get involved. It's as simple as just putting a seed in the soil and watching it grow. But I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I think Gina just joined us and we're going to be thinking about not just popping a seed in the soil, but can we produce microgreens to feed the urban core, right? And Gina, she's going to share her company under this larger umbrella of Blue Marble and their dreams of space, but also the practical of what we can do with aquaponics or hydroponics or aeroponics, different ways to think about growing our food beyond the normal agriculture that you see with the big tractors and combines and what have you. So Gina, please welcome. Great to see you. I'm so glad you could join us. If you
yeah,
can give us
thank
a background of where you're coming from and what you're up to, would be great. And maybe we'll just have a little dialogue. We've got some teachers here from around the world. Of course, it's a very long show, so some folks have popped off. Gil from Japan's already in bed sleeping, but so really great to see you. I'm glad you could join us.
Thanks for having me. This is a really cool thing. I wish that I had been able to attend for most of this, but Blue Marble Space is actually running their own video conference today where there's just science talks all day long. And so I'm on the break now, and we have a DSL internet connection, so I couldn't do both at the same time. So I had to be creative with my scheduling. But if anybody wants to attend those talks, it goes on for there's another couple sessions for another few hours. So talk to me after and I can get you a link to it. Oh, Ted, you're muted.
Yeah, no. Or if you can throw the link in chat here, we'll get it on YouTube. And when we're done here, we're going to end our session today with another launch of a mid-altitude balloon. It should travel across the U.S. if if luck is with us. And then they can jump in and check out the last couple hours of your session.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll have to do it after, just because I have to go in my email and copy and paste. But yeah, I'll get you guys a link.
Cool.
So yeah,
Blue Marble?
Yeah, Blue Marble Space is a really cool company that I've been fortunate to be a part of for a while. I guess I officially joined, I don't know when I officially joined, I guess 2015 probably is the official, but my husband is one of the founders, so I've been kind of watching the whole thing grow since the beginning, which was around 2009. So it's a nonprofit and its focus is on space and Earth systems research. And a lot of the, well, actually almost all of the affiliates and employees are remote. So it's a fully distributed institution. There's not a building. Our building is a Slack team. So we have affiliate researchers from all over the world. A lot of them have positions at universities, but many of them don't. There are people at NASA centers that are affiliated with us. And that's just the Institute of Science. So under this Blue Marble Space umbrella, we have the Institute of Science, which has the research affiliates. And then we also have a lot of education and outreach initiatives and little startups and just a lot of cool little projects that can be incubated under the Blue Marble Space nonprofit umbrella. So those organizations can sort of focus on their idea and not on necessarily acquiring the nonprofit status, which is really like time consuming, doing the books, all of those things. So that part is centralized, but then a lot of the other projects are not. They're run somewhat independently. So Green Space, which is our microgreen production business, is part of that nonprofit. It's one of the initiatives. So we do sell our produce, but then we also do a lot of outreach and education activities in the community, and then also online increasingly now, given that we're all home. So that's one thing that was really exciting about coming, is that we do a lot of educational stuff. And since there are teachers and school district people and parents that may have joined or are interested in this call, it was really important to me to be able to tell a lot of those people about what we do, because we want to really get out there as much as we can and try to educate people. And the educational subjects we focus on are things like sustainable food production, Earth systems and space research. So a lot of people just really want to hear about the space stuff. And so we've even given talks in our, we grow all of our produce in a storefront in Huntington, Pennsylvania. And so there's only like one guy and his wife that do most of the growing. So it's the definition of a small shop. And we've given space presentations in the store. We've done how to make kombucha. We've done, you know, so just all kinds of different cool things that our the shoppers and the community really want to know about. So we recently had a scientist from Blue Marble Space give a talk about exoplanets, for example, but then like 2 weeks before it was how to make kombucha. And the week before that, it was like how to grow container crops. So it's like whatever, you know, that fits under this umbrella of like the future of humanity, the survival of the biosphere, who are we in the universe, like all these big questions that people have. So Blue Marble Space is really passionate about tackling that like wheelhouse of ideas. So another project I'm involved in is called SciWorthy, and we do layperson summaries of journal articles. So that's about like the science communication side of things. And I'm developing a writing course. So this company is cool because you can kind of do whatever you want, really, if it fits under the umbrella of those big picture questions. And my educational background is in cell and molecular biology, so I was really excited to see that there was some genetics stuff in this call. I was like, yeah, PCR, that's my life. So I just finished doing a research project on the food safety of indoor farming, and microgreens was my crop of interest. So that's what I did my master's thesis on, which I just defended this past February. So I'm a newly minted master's degree. So yay, I got a little applause there. So yeah, now that I'm out of school, I've been focusing my energy on mainly the writing course for my SciWorthy project, but also on trying to carve out a niche for myself as like the food safety and space person, or one of them. There are several labs that work on this, but so Green Space has put together this really cool thing that if you have kids stuck at home and they need some kind of cool science activity to do, or if you're part of a school system that's looking for activities, this is something we used to market to homeschool parents, but now kind of everybody's a homeschool parent. So we're looking into getting this out. So we have a workbook right here that we developed to go along with a grow kit. So this is the grow kit. And so it's like a little sunflower grow your own at home thing. The entire kit is biodegradable. And this workbook, I spent a good month or two aligning it to the next generation science standards. So there's 2 lessons in here with worksheets and cross-cutting concepts and just all the different things that allow it to be basically classroom ready. So if you're a K through 12 teacher in the US, you can pretty much just use this as is. It was developed a couple of years ago, so if there have been any changes to the NGSS, you may want to validate and make sure that it still lines up. I haven't done that work because I've been in grad school, but I can probably put out a new edition in that case. And I don't actually have any grow kits to show right now, but I do have a video that I can show of myself doing one of the grow kits with like a little time-lapse animation of the plants actually growing. So would you be okay if I shared my screen to show that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So it's a minute and a half. I did the little fast motion thing. So let me turn my video off so I get the maximum bandwidth and share the screen. Let's see, screen, okay. All righty. Oh, now you can see my whole email. That's fine. Okay. All right. So this is our, can you see that?
Yep.
Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see now you're on the YouTube page. Yep.
Are you, great. Okay, so I'm going to show this, and I sincerely hope that the bandwidth allows this. So let me, okay.
If there are some restrictions, we can probably also just pump it through ours.
Yeah, maybe I can play it at here.
We'll give it a shot.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, you know, that might be better if somebody with high speed shares this, and then I can kind of talk through it.
Okay.
So.
What URL?
Let me see. Technical difficulties.
It's all good. We're just happy.
Is this a greenspace.id?
Yep.
Greenspace.id?
Nope, here I'll paste it right there. It was the YouTube link that was in the chat.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yep. Nice.
Okay, can you see it?
I can.
All right.
Fantastic.
I'm going
Thank
to play
you.
it, and you can talk in the background.
Yes. All right, great. All right, so this is the unboxing. So we have this grow kit that has instruction card and seeds and some dirt. And that container is made out of PLA. That's a biodegradable, non-plastic. So you add water and you just squish it around and moisten the soil. This is like one of the fun things for kids because they like to smush their hands around in the dirt. So once you've moistened the soil, you just put it in there. There's holes in the bottom of that tray too. So, and then you use the lid as like a drip tray. So it's all kind of contained. And you spread the dirt out, and then you're going to add the seeds on top, and then you don't cover them. So and this is sunflower. So it's called black oil sunflower. It's not exactly the same kind as the big flowers in the yard. It's like a smaller flower, but they make really good microgreens. And the instruction card, I forgot to mention, has like seeds embedded in it for wildflowers. So you can even plant the card at the end and get more stuff. So this is the sunflowers growing over like 10 days, 7 to 10 days. And I did this with like a time-lapse webcam in my basement. So this was literally under CFL T5 bulbs. They don't really require all that much light. So yeah, so that's that.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's basically the grow kit. And we actually have on our website, which is growgreenspace.org. I'll put that in the chat too. On the website, we actually sell 8 different kinds of grow kits. So it's not only sunflower. The workbook is written for the sunflower one, but we have a radish grow kit, pea shoot grow kit, let's see, basil, spicy mix, which is like basically a bunch of different kinds of mustard greens, which is my favorite. They taste really good. And then I can't remember what they all are. Broccoli, we have another one. So yeah, on our site, you can actually get those, and they're $6.99, I guess, each. So really very inexpensive compared to a lot of the other grow kits on Amazon. And they're fully biodegradable. So you can put all of that, even the plastic bags and the thing, because they're all made from that corn plastic. They compost in 3 months in commercial composting conditions. So backyard composting, it might take a little longer, but the kit you can just put in compost. So there's like that zero waste sort of closed loop sustainability aspect to it. I guess the business card that we send you is not necessarily biodegradable, but that's probably the exception. And we ship in cardboard, and even the packing tape is biodegradable. So we tried to look into all of that. So
how awesome is that?
Yeah, we worked a lot. We worked pretty hard to make it earth friendly and cost effective, which was a balance, because sometimes those eco products cost more than the regular. So we did a lot of research to find. Yep.
Awesome.
So,
hey, I'm curious if you can take us on a little tour or some backstory on the grow space itself and the system that you use, and is it easy for someone to make something like that on their own? I'm always curious about those types of things.
You mean like how we do the commercial production?
Yeah.
It was there were some challenges to getting started. We had at one point done workshops on like how to produce your own microgreens at that level. What it entails really is a lot of climate control, because even with certain varieties, even with the indoor climate controlled atmosphere, certain varieties will only grow during certain times of the year, even with being in a building. So for example, basil, like we won't get it to germinate any other time other than the summer. So it's one of those things that we can only offer at that time. And then just humidity variations, and you also have to be really careful about bringing in outside soil and just keeping the indoor and the outdoor biomes separated. When we first started growing, we didn't pay attention to that, and we got like a bug infestation in our indoor growing environment, which we had to throw everything away.
Oh no!
And start over. So we're not able to actually reuse growing media, which is one of the sort of downsides to indoor farming, is that you have to purchase soil, bring it in, and then discard it. So even some of the other companies that we've met in our journey, they all have a dump pile, because this is kind of a problem that has not really been solved.
I have a question.
I did some, yeah.
Can you bake the soil?
It does change the soil microbiome when you do that somewhat. And so that may or may not change the effectiveness of it. We have never tried that. And that also is energy intensive, which is sort of like goes against some of our energy sustainability goals. I've thought about building a solar soil baker, but that has not come to fruition yet. One of the other things we are considering is using them for garden starter plants. So we would have them growing outside, and then we can sell them and people just transplant them into their garden. So then what is outside stays outside, and it doesn't get brought back in again.
Very cool. So you're actually using soil then in your okay. For some reason I was under this impression that was a hydroponic system or what have you.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people assume, because I think most of the large production scale microgreen businesses are greenhouses, and they have like NFT rail systems that grow microgreens. And so they are probably 10 times to 20 times larger than us. We're just like, it used to be a gift shop before we were in it, so it's pretty small. But yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things that I was interested in my master's research, was like, what makes sense for producing microgreens on a large scale from a food safety perspective. Soil is actually, so I guess I have to back up here. It is easier because you're not constantly having to monitor pH and salt levels and just all of the different things that you have to monitor for hydroponics. So that reduces an energy cost. And our soil is organic, and that makes it easier to get organic certification. Hydroponics is kind of in a gray area for organic certification. So that may have made that aspect of it challenging, and our customers are really interested in the certified organic product label. Like, they want to know that it's legit. So that is something we were able to do because we use organic soil versus some other soil-free media. And I also was interested in the food safety aspects of this, because I don't know how much you guys know about sprouts and the bad reputation they have for causing foodborne illness. Have you heard much about this?
No, share it with us.
Yeah, so bean sprouts, the little white things you can get in the grocery store, they've been implicated in probably close to 80 salmonella and listeria outbreaks over the last couple decades. There was a kind of a famous case in 2018 where the Jimmy John sub shop had to recall all the sprouts from its 2,000 stores because there was like the salmonella outbreak that made a lot of people sick. So people were very worried when microgreens first came on the scene if they were going to be equally as problematic as sprouts, because they have this like warm, moist germination environment, and they're grown close to the grow media, and they're fresh cut, and they have just a lot of things in common with sprouts and other crops that are like associated with foodborne illness, like leafy greens and E. coli, which if you're on the West Coast, you know a lot about that. So basically, my research was going to look at, okay, why have there been not that many outbreaks, or there have been no outbreaks of any disease that are known associated with microgreens, but there have been close to like 10 recalls now, primarily from like the Canadian greenhouse industry growing microgreens, these like bigger companies, the big warehouses that do NFT systems. So I looked into that, and that's, I think, been since 2016, and they have almost entirely been Listeria monocytogenes, which is like a digestive pathogen that can make you pretty sick, and it has actually a pretty high fatality rate for one of those foodborne illness compared to salmonella. So most of them have been Listeria, one of them was salmonella. So my research was on like, what aspects of these systems may be harboring Listeria and making, where are the risks in microgreens as opposed to the sprout growth systems. So I contaminated different kinds of soil-free grow media that are used in hydroponic systems and shelf systems with salmonella and Listeria, and then I grew microgreens in the contaminated media. And I ended up finding that there are differences in that soil and peat and cocoa coir were actually not supportive of growth, where there was a die-off of these microorganisms over the grow period. But then the mats that are used in NFT systems, they're made out of like corn fibers and also hemp fibers. They were actually supportive of growth of salmonella and Listeria. And there was an increase, and then at the very least, a stabilization of growth where there was no change by the end of the growing period. So that is actually was just accepted to a journal recently, so that should be coming out soon, that data.
Wow,
but
that's interesting. I can't imagine what would happen to our crops. Let's say if we got Listeria on the surface of Mars.
Right, and so that's my sort of my next frontier with my own work, is like figuring out who all the people are that study food safety in bioregenerative crop production in space applications, because there isn't a lot of it. I'm kind of still amassing my lit review on that, but
you'll see a lot of connections through what we're doing here for sure. Dr. Barker was on earlier, and some others that have joined us. Clearly all kind of exploring this all the way down to the genomics level. We just want to pick up a legume to go up. That's my thing, but we're being led by some very interesting folks in your research, and you're welcome to join in the adventure for sure.
Yeah, let me know. I mean, I'm kind of new at the space aspect of this. I've pretty much been an infectious disease microbiology genomics person for most of my science life. So I mean, also my undergrad is nutrition, so I was always focused on like sustainable food production since probably I was a little child. Saving the earth was kind of my thing since I was 8. So
well, crop safety is critical, right?
Yeah,
I think there are a lot of concerns, even just growing stuff on the space station. So this is great.
Yeah, there's a number of different labs that are doing like microbiome characterizations of the ISS, like what kinds of things are even there, which, you know, is pretty interesting too. I think Enterobacteriaceae, which is the class that Salmonella and E. coli and a lot of those enteric pathogens that are medically relevant belongs to that class. And it's revealed that at least some non-specific microbes that, you know, the microbiome technology, it's challenging to get the resolution you need to know which species and strains you actually have. There is a group at JPL that's doing stuff like that right now. But yeah, that's been found on the ISS, at least that class of organisms. So we know that at least the conditions exist for that. The good news is that it's at low levels, and it probably would not result in a contaminated crop unless there was some kind of a specific contamination event from a human. So it's really just like it is on Earth, where it's all about personal hygiene and making sure that you practice good agricultural practices, which is like the aseptic technique of farming. So just making sure like everything that touches what is clean, and you don't cross-contaminate, and wash your hands, and don't cough on the seeds and all that kind of stuff. So just some of it is common sense, also like water treatment and yeah, so it's a new frontier.
And in your retail shop there in Philadelphia, how many square feet do you have allocated to growing?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually don't know the square footage of the store. I'm gonna have to make a big guess. It's maybe 1,000 square feet. It's pretty small. It's like an apartment. So yeah, and it's in Huntington, PA, which is kind of in central PA. So Philly's a little further east. So yeah, this is like in rural Pennsylvania. So the town is cool. It's a little bit like the Boulder, Colorado of PA, like there's like a gear hiking shop across the street and a microbrew and parks and just like it's for hippies,
Oh, awesome. Well, I'm in Berkeley, so I felt right at home there, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. And in that estimate right now 1,000 square feet, what kind of production can someone get out of with grow lights and your organic soils? And when you get into this production mode and you're really obviously concerned about food safety, so you've got a really high regiment there, what does productivity look like?
Yeah, let me think about that, because actually since the quarantines have been in place, we're getting a lot more online sales, but we lost all our restaurants. So things have shifted in terms of production. We ship out probably like, I don't know, let me think about this. I don't have those stats. I feel kind of embarrassed that I don't have the numbers, but I guess it would be a few pounds a week, So like, we're not a huge operation. We just have a lot of online customers. We're also seed dealers, so we sell a lot of seeds too. And right now,
since do you have?
What kind of what?
Legumes do you have?
We do a lot of pea shoots. And actually, I know you had asked me in our phone call, like what legumes would we recommend? And I actually talked to a couple friends. And one of them really suggested that green peas was probably the best for ISS. She's done a lot of stuff with just sending experiments up to the ISS, and says that like the minimizing processing is really critical. And because you can eat peas off the plant, but you can't necessarily eat chickpeas off the plant without some kind of post processing. So that was her thought.
Like some sativa?
Yes.
Okay. Wow. All right. That's a data point. We have that's one of ours on our, and I think right now that's an abandoned legume. I don't think I have someone representing that. Our colleague C. Gould has stepped up into kind of a project management role for the whole project. So that little legume has been abandoned. I don't know if anyone wants to pick that Piva sativa up, but
yeah, I know pea protein powder is kind of a thing in the health food world. So it kind of makes me wonder if we are overlooking green peas because everyone thinks about beans and stuff like that. But pea protein is also popular. We actually get it for our protein shakes here, so I can recommend personally.
Awesome. Let's open it up to any thoughts or questions folks have about organic gardening, indoor or outdoor. This is a really interesting vector I haven't been considering, but the pathogens that might want to come along for a ride. I mean, indirectly, we've had like mold growth in some of our experiments and what have you, and these are things we're going to need to mitigate against. And so these need to be real, true considerations if we're looking at not just sustainability down here on Earth for small farmers or folks that want to have their own gardens. If we're going to send something on the surface of the moon or on Mars, that's got to be a consideration, right? So, I mean, open-ended here. Anyone here in Zoom, feel free to jump in, share your knowledge, or ask questions. Jim, what's up?
The listeria, that has to come from an animal or a person. It's not just in the dirt like tetanus.
Listeria is pretty ubiquitous in the environment, actually. It does not necessarily have to come from livestock. It's found a lot in the water system. There was a kind of an infamous outbreak, cannot remember when that was, maybe it was in the 90s, where it was dripping onto cold cuts on a packing line from a leaky, like from moisture from the ceiling in a factory, like a packing plant for lunch meat. And that was actually the contamination route. So it's actually really difficult to get rid of listeria. You sort of have to do environmental monitoring, like test for it periodically, because there are a lot of non-pathogenic listerias as well. So you want to make sure if you really have monocytogenes or some other, like Inocua is another one that's not pathogenic, but it shows up. So.
Oh, okay. So there are species that are everywhere. It's just a few species that are kind of like E. coli, real baddies.
And there's many different kinds of E. coli. There's probably thousands. So there's the pathogenic E. coli, like the 0157H7 that's associated with the romaine outbreaks that causes like the bloody diarrhea, like the nasty stuff. And then there's generic E. coli, which is harmless and lives in guts of mammals that's just there. So, you know, there's a lot of, they use the non-pathogenic sometimes as indicators though. So like you can usually use that to test if there's been fecal contamination, even if it's not a pathogenic E. coli, it demonstrates that there may be a risk of that. So usually these things occur at such low levels that that's what makes the testing so tricky.
And I'll jump in here as well. I know they've been doing a lot of this research too at Kennedy Space Center in consideration with veggie and being able to grow produce on board and then eat it. They have to have a method to clean it and ensure that those microorganisms are not there. One of the things that I was going to get to do.
Oh, I think we lost our sound.
Yeah.
Oh no. I think we lost your audio.
Yeah. Lori and I have the same affliction with internet connection sometimes. Hi, Lori. You're typing now. Well, we see you, but we can't hear you, darn it.
Okay, let's try it. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, so I was just saying that Kennedy Space Center is looking at plasma treatments to clean the seeds and try to get rid of those microorganisms.
Interesting. What do you mean by plasma treatment?
That was my question too. So go ahead.
Yeah.
It's a technique where it's a cooler plasma. I was supposed to do this as part of my internship, which had to be changed because of the pandemic. But I can get you some more information about it. It gets into techniques for ensuring safety of the produce from the time the seeds arrive to the time of harvesting, and ensure that those microorganisms aren't even present going up, and then treating the produce after the fact. So they've looked at different techniques to make that happen.
I see. So it's like a cold chain thing. So like a preventative measure rather than a biocidal like disinfection method.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a specific technology that they've looked at going with it. I'll have to get you some more information about it. I'm not the expert on it right now. Yeah, but it's like that cold plasma treatment. So I've got to jump off to go to our seniors celebration as our high school students are graduating. But
Awesome.
It's been really interesting. So
Great
thanks,
to
guys.
see you, Lori. Take care. And I'm going to start making my way out to launch our balloon too in a couple minutes. But Tony, we're going to need to add a cold plasma device on our ExoLab. What do you think?
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow.
We'll put that on the to-do list.
While doing the balloon, I have a quick question. Gina, can you, I might have missed this. I was listening in while just grabbing a bite to eat. My apologies for having to click off. I would like to know a little bit more about the organic soil, the makeup of it. And you may have talked about that. I might have missed it. So what is this soil made up of, and what are the layers of this soil?
That's a difficult question. So we buy it from an organic soil producer who's certified. So there's a proprietary blend of some kind of like rhizome, some additive that we don't know what it is, but it's some kind of an organic like fertilizer. And then, yeah, so I admittedly don't actually know the ingredients of our organic soil, but I know it's been certified. So we just trust them.
Okay, so we wouldn't know if it comes from wetlands or any other place. based on that. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he will tell us if we ask the actual source, like where on the planet it came from. That's a fair question. I don't know if he knows, but he might know, and we have just never asked. So that's a good question.
Okay, thanks.
All right, guys. So I'm going to make my way into getting this balloon ready to launch. Liam, I don't know if you want to jump on and talk a little bit about the launches and what we've been doing.
Yeah, I'll come on. What is the call sign for the Pico hat?
Kilo 6 uniform Quebec number 3. I'm sorry, number 4.
Number 4, yeah. Number 3 was the other one, yeah. Number 4. Cool. All right, and I'll come down from space. So just hold on a second. I'm just jumping out. Here I am. No, I'm not. That is not me. All right, let me switch my camera. Obviously, all right, here we go. All right.
Liam, why does the call sign use Quebec?
Oh, that's just yeah. So that is the way in which one represents alpha characters when you're speaking them, so that people know what they are, and it's military mnemonics. So like my call sign is Kilo November 6 Echo Quebec uniform. That's just a way of making sure that you're representing, and the person who's hearing you doesn't misinterpret what you're saying, as the letter of the.
So it has nothing to do with the province of Quebec, which is where I am.
No, it has absolutely zero.
I keep hearing Quebec and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I know. Isn't that
So
great?
I had to ask. It was just like every time we do this, I'm like, Quebec, what?
And I have grown up with that myself. I don't know, I grew up in England, and you first hear, we'd hear the national shipping broadcast, and they represent the names of the places where the weather forecast was coming from through that military mnemonic way of representing things. So it's nice to actually meet someone from Quebec. Are you in Quebec? Is that why it's?
I'm in it right now with the
There you
snow.
go.
Yes, I am.
Real quick, I have to jump out because we have our conference is starting up again, so I have to turn the video over. But I'm going to leave the link to the conference in the chat. Only thing is, they say don't share it on social media, so just kind of keep it internal to your people. So
got it.
So there you go. All right, thank you for having me. Good luck with your weather balloon.
Gina.
Have a great one.
Thank you so much, Gina.
Great stuff.
Thank you, Gina.
All right. Yeah, so I guess Ted is on his way out to launch the balloon that has this thing attached to it. Obviously, I know if you've been watching the Friday broadcasts over the last few weeks, at least, you've seen several of these balloons launch. So this one, I think, is on behalf of another school in the Lodi district. And so this is really what is being launched on beneath the balloon filled with helium. It's really just a standard metal mylar balloon that you can get from many party supplies. So it's not a specialized balloon, but it really just is allowing this thing to be launched up to about 27,000 feet if we're lucky. So that's where Ted is going to now. I don't know how long it will take him to get there, but I actually took the liberty of doing a predicted path of the balloon, assuming that Ted is going to be launching it from approximately the same place. So let me.
Yep, I'll be at the same location.
Oh, you will? Okay, you're still there. You just you haven't left yet.
Oh no, I'm in the car.
Oh, you're in the car. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you just didn't want to show us your your driving face.
My mask face.
Your mask face. There we go. All right. Yeah. So I've just shared the predicted path of this particular balloon. And this is really one of the major learning opportunities available with these launches. There's several things, everyone knows and many people on this call, we're all about the International Space Station, getting experiments happening on there. And the connect I have between space station versus balloons there's many aspects where there's a crossover. One of them is really just how the particular PicoHab, it really does look like a little mini satellite. And in many ways, the way that we track it is very similar to the way in which one gets data from CubeSats. But here's one of the first really great learning opportunities available is that using a NOAA website, you can run a prediction of the path of your balloon. And although it's a little bit of a funky interface, it really does create some remarkable predictions of where the balloon might end up. So this is what I just ran a few minutes ago. I don't know how similar it might be to anything that that Ted has put up, but you will see it's destined to, according to the current weather models, to go across the United States and just head out really at the panhandle of Florida, and then potentially head all the way over to North Africa and into the Mediterranean and across into Europe. It looks like there it's heading up. Yeah, ending over in, looks like Egypt, potentially, over there. So pretty exciting potential trip for this little balloon that is going to be launched in a little while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, though, Liam. We have not had good fortune the last few flights.
No, that's right. Let's not forget that. Yes. So there are many reasons that can play into the factors as to really what goes on with these balloon launches. One of them might actually be down to the ineptitude of some guy like me trying to fill it up with helium, and I end up.
Oh, now come on.
No. This is scientific learning here. It's when you're doing things and you discover that maybe there was something wrong with the process you were going through. The balloon, you may recall, I launched a balloon last week. It was all very exciting. But we lost it after just one day's worth of data. It then disappeared off our tracking, and it was way lower than we'd anticipated. It only reached 17,000 feet, but what we believe happens, and from speaking to actually the guy who is the inventor of this, the actual PicoHab, Bill Brown, it's likely that the level of purity of the helium was lower than expected, and I expect part of that was because I managed to put in some actual air while I was trying to feed in helium, so it reduced the buoyancy of the balloon. That may not have necessarily contributed to why it got lost after the first day, but lesson learned, and I'm sure I feel certain that well, we'll see certainty in the age of balloon launches, but let's just hope that this next balloon launch will get us a lot further. What I also wanted to share was, so on this previous screen, I'm showing you the predicted path, and I want to bring up site. So I'm just going to stop sharing just for a second and then share a different screen. In this case, just here we are over here. Bear with me just a second. All right. Yeah, so you should all now be seeing this masterful representation of the high level wind patterns across the USA, off North America, the whole of North America, across the Atlantic, over to Europe, Africa, and all parts east of us here. And so this is a website called nullschool.net. There are several out there that do it, but this particular one is one that we really love for its representation and our ability to change the altitude of the wind patterns that we're seeing. If I put it to surface level, so these are the wind patterns for surface level, you'll see that they're a lot less dynamic than when I select this one, which is really representative of approximately the altitude where we're hoping the balloon will go. And you may recall that the path of the balloon, the expected path, it's really going, hopefully you can see my my mouse cursor here. It's really going from, Northern California, Berkeley, Oakland area, across the states, and then just heading out here across the Panhandle. And you can see that really does, to me, it really does represent the path, very much the potential path that was shown in the prediction. And so I'm really impressed with that. Looks like Tony might be getting ready to take the balloon out. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And we'll see. There we go. All right.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
All right. Little windier today than 2 weeks ago. It's not bad. Nice clear skies. We got about maybe 40% cloud cover. And we're just at the Berkeley Marina, which is directly east of the Golden Gate Bridge, for those of you that are not familiar with the San Francisco Bay Area. And I'm just going to walk up a little hill here. And little view here. You don't need to look at me so much, as that's the East Bay. So we're looking at Berkeley and Albany. I'm just going to walk up this little hill here, and we'll take a look at San Francisco and the Golden Gate Bridge. Oops. Get caught up a little bit. Alrighty. We definitely have a little westerly. So your predictions looked like it was going to go down through the south there, Liam?
No, pretty much east of you, but heading sort of southeasterly, but definitely not coming anywhere near Southern California. So it's skipping a lot further north than the previous launch.
Very cool.
So yeah, so it looks like the previous, you used this call sign on a previous launch, probably.
That's right. Yeah. And it's going to take a few minutes also. The solar power, it's been in the car or in the garage.
Yeah.
So maybe in about 10 minutes, we might get a signal.
Yep.
So Ted, is it the 4 or the 3?
Number 4.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll, as soon as I see it, I'll put it up. I'll put up the website. Oh, beautiful view.
Mm-hmm. Can you see that? I'll just go slow.
Yeah. Lovely. Nice location on a hill. There you go. I bet those folks over there are going to wonder what on earth you're doing there.
There you go. But alrighty, so I'm just kind of untangling everything right now. Ooh. Alrighty, you can see the wind's really blowing us more horizontal.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that's really windy.
So I'm going to let this thing go. How about a countdown?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's dragging on the ground. There it goes.
Keep speaking, Ted. So I just want to make sure that.
Okay.
There you go.
We've got a nice little altitude lift there. I haven't done doing any calculations, but we're on a little knoll, so we're about 10 meters off the ground, sea level. We're heading due east pretty much. That's the Berkeley Hills. Can you still see that pretty well?
Yep.
Good deal.
It's so clear today.
Mm-hmm. And your prediction, Liam, that you just ran, where does it look like it's going to end at the end of the day?
Oh, let me just zoom in on that over here. Uh-huh.
We'll still be in California. You think we're going to get over to Nevada?
Yeah, this is not cooperating with my wish to zoom in on this thing. All right. Yeah, it looks like it may still just be in Northern California.
All right. Well, we
just,
got some
just
good
about to head over to the. Oh no, hang on a sec. Yeah, this prediction is so wide across the Earth. The resolution is really low.
Well, there you go. Let me just point out while you're looking at that, we were pretty much on the surface here. We had a lot of wind and we're traveling really horizontally with not a lot of lift. And now it looks like it's higher up. There's less wind. We might only be about 1,000 feet up, but we're now kind of going more vertical. We're going more directly up. So that's a good sign. Just keep an eye on that. You should probably get some data here in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yep.
You go to aprs.fi and then aprs.fi, that's Finland. And then there's a little entry box there. You just type in the KK6 UUQ-4. Might show you a location that's stationary, but that's an old from a year ago.
I'll share it. I'll share my screen.
Fantastic. And maybe if we can put that link in the YouTube, that'd be great too.
Mm-hmm.
I did that already.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Tony. And there are so many people down here. There's very little social distancing. So I'm just going to get in the car and head back.
All right. I guess I shouldn't really be. And this website, you don't need to keep refreshing it, although I just did, just because I came back to it. It will automatically update itself. Rather coincidentally, the previous time that a PicoHab was launched with the same call sign was just almost a year ago. You'll see that the current information there is from May the 27th. And so, and that may very well have been just a test that was probably near Ted's house there. That was probably a test through the window. So
I think you got that right, Liam.
Got anywhere. So I think that was what it is. But again, so the call sign is embedded in the software on the star tracker that's done by Bill Brown. So he programs them up and puts the ham radio call sign for whomever is the one in charge of this particular unit going up. It's part of the way that the ham radio system works, and the way that you get approval to do this sort of stuff is it's all related to the call sign of the person who is in charge of the particular device that's transmitting.
So some interesting things to note here. You know, we have been doing one of these every week. Next week we'll do another one just like this. And this is really part of the Lodi Unified School District outreach program. We normally do much larger balloons, but we've had to kind of revise our programming based on, social distancing. But on the 22nd of May, make sure you show up, because we're going to try a different type of balloon. It's a super pressure balloon. And if we do everything right and the weather is accommodating, that particular balloon can actually circumnavigate the planet, which is going to be awesome. And so we could track that well over the course of a week or even longer. Probably staying in the northern hemisphere. That's typically what they do. If I launched it in the southern hemisphere, I'd probably stay down there. But we'll be able to follow it as it goes along. and we're looking for probably doing another one a little later in the summer as well if there's interest.
Okay, so it's tracking now.
There we go.
And if any of you have a ham radio license or know someone that has one, reach out to us like ASAP, because on June 1st, there is a teacher down in Southern California that gave me a challenge, is to launch a balloon with her simultaneously from Northern California and one from Southern California. And we're going to race across the United States. But you don't need to be on the West Coast. You can be anywhere you want. You could decide that you want to launch it at the exact same time we do, or you can wait until it flies over your state and then launch, and it'd be a chase balloon. But reach out to us. All we need is someone that has a ham radio license, and we need to coordinate whether or not we can get some equipment out to you. But that's going to be on June 1st, and that's just kind of an organic thing that's popping up, as all of these things are, like the SciArt Challenge that Dr. Jancy shared with us earlier today. It's like what we're doing with the Magnitude Live. We're, can't sit still, got to find things to do. And so let's have some fun.
Very cool. Did you hear, Ted, that we have telemetry?
I heard that. That's great.
Yeah.
What's our altitude right now?
There you go, 900 feet.
Oh, great.
So very cool.
And I think we're just about close to the top of the hour. Does anyone want to kind of take us out? Big wrap? Or shall I? Well, it's always fun having everyone together on these sessions, and I'm not sure if my signal's working or not, but I just want to thank everyone again, whether you're in the Zoom or whether you're watching on YouTube Live or whether you're watching this as a recorded video. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your excitement and interest in space and what can be done. And we hope to see you there in orbit soon. So until next week, have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Stay safe, and hopefully we can lift these some of these shelter-in-place orders here sooner rather than later, huh?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Take care.
All right.
Thank you all.
Bye, Canada.
Bye. Thank you.
Good luck, little balloon.
Yes, we need that right now, Liam.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, guys.
All right. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.